And amigas. My name's Derek. I'm the host of Talking with Fans People. I just got back from a card room where I went and played a little bit of table games and some poker. I ended up winning about $150 or so, which, is pretty much, is fairly break even for going out to the card room for a few hours. Anyway, I was reflecting on the way home that there's this title that I've long made fun of and mocked a little bit, but increasingly I just have to admit that it's a fantastic title. Namely, The Unbearable Lightness of Being. It's a great title. It's like there's no better way to say that thing that it's saying. Like, when I was this morning watching something on the YouTubes, I guess, or perhaps it was a cartoon, and it just made me so emotional, like, oh my God, it's so beautiful. That's what the unbearable lightness of being is. The thing about existence that sometimes takes your breath away because you're aware of your mortality and the significance of it all.
Can you kiss?
Sure, darling. Hi, Marcus Aurelius.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. Hi, G. So, what else can we say about this unbearable lightness of being concept in general? Well, I would say that to some extent, maybe everyone's goal in life is to be moved by life in hopefully positive or at least not negative ways. Uh, because if you're not moved by life in some sense, then it's not. Well, I guess this is from the perspective of somebody with FI, absolute value, but I'd like life to continually delight me. Am I gay? No, I'm not gay. Braylon's family. How about you? Are you offering some kind of special deal to just gay people? Official guitar brand of President Donald Trump, both electrics and acoustics are available. Prices start at $1,250 and go over $11,000. Sounds like very overpriced guitars. So, I was happy to feel motivated to go out and play some cards tonight, and that was nice. That's I find myself in an ongoing state of reflecting about how I'm a different person now than I used to be in various ways, good and bad. Because my life changed so dramatically when my parents died, and the ontological default that had served me well theretofore ceased to function as it had theretofore. You buying one, G? The perfection of moral character consists in this: in passing every day as if it were the last, and in being neither violently excited nor torpid nor playing the hypocrite. Well, I don't want to live every day as if it were my last. So, for example, for at least some stretch of time after my parents died and we moved up here, I needed to lie fallow, to not live each day as if it were my last, but to live each day as though I had infinite of them ahead of me. Because I was in the aftermath of trauma, and I was facing a real like future shock kind of reality, such that I was suddenly living in a universe I'd never inhabited before, and trying to process this crazy event that happened and trying to come to terms with what its impacts on me were a lot of guilt. Uh, so it was important that I feel very grateful that I had um, the ability to lie fallow, that the universe wasn't demanding of me that I get on shit right away. Hey, Dreamsy Smokes. I've been doing fine. How about yourself? If things are going well with you? So, konnichiwa. You mean konnichiwa. The thing is, I don't I don't like an idea a worldview that says, Eric, you need to control your emotions all the time. There are circumstances where I do need to control my emotions, like if I'm going to some kind of battle, right? But well, Marcus Aurelius, you're right about that. It is important to keep in mind how things pass by. Wasim Mansouri, hello, how's your day been? My day's been good. It's been fairly eventful. I went out on an outing. I went to Turlock to go to their poker room there. Played a little poker, played a little 3-card poker. Ended up winning about $150 or so. So the thing is, in fact, when I was driving back from the poker room, I almost made a video in the car, but didn't, about these notions of passage of time, self-concept, understanding of what one ought to be doing, and balancing all these various factors. And one of the main themes in this video I was imagining making in the car on the way back was, time going fast, running out of opportunities to do things or accomplish things, um, getting older. It's like, for me, I finally felt really empowered only at like 50 years old, right? Prior to that, I felt a variety of degrees of empowered depending on where I was in my career and my life, etc. But I also felt like, in some sense, I couldn't ever win with my dad, except by being continually TE all the time about everything, which was never going to happen. Should have been your dad says, hello, I represent white men who want thick black queens. Well, good for you. I don't think you should have been my dad then. Because my mother was not a thick black queen. Well, I think it was Heidegger who said we're thrown into the world unawares. It's just, that's the most striking thing about life, right? For, I think, more sensory types, especially people with NI in a weak slot, like ISFJs, um, ISTJs, ESTJs, ESFJs. I think it's very easy to do things because without any intuition about needing to understand relevance first, you can just slide right into following instructions or ordinating a course of action or whatever. But for people like me who are intuition DOMs, especially INFJ, ENTP, ENFP, less so INTJ, but also including INTP, INFP, the relationship between meaning and action is strained. Like yesterday, I yesterday, the day before, whenever that was, I made a hangout with the neighbors happen, and that was good of me to do that, to follow up with them and try to make something happen like that, and that was great. But the thing is, what really made it happen was not me, who I just invited them over for dinner, but rather Jared, who was like, "Well, I don't really. That sounds boring. I want to jam out." And so, what I like about the neighbors in general is they know what they want and what they like and stuff, and don't seem to have any problem doing stuff. Granted, Kay is an ENFP, but I think he's an ISTP, which is a great pairing. I think potentially. Well, maybe not, but I could be wrong. He could be something else, but he seems pretty FE to me, hanging out with him. Anyhow, Padawan Rangebender says, I was troubled hearing a song called Suds in the Bucket. I'm missing my daughter's grow up because my detached selfishness. Oldest one is 9, and soon she will be gone on her own. I mean, you're in her life though, right? So maybe you're being too hard on yourself. Jason Celura says, I just came out as gay today. Well, good for you, Jason. May you have all the penis you want. Hi, Jason Kerr. Good day. Welcome, Australia, to America, land of California. And Show Media, hello. Hello, curious philosophers of all shapes and sizes. Hello, Eric, says Show Media. Hello. So, except mine. You can't have mine. Mine is currently married. Even if it weren't married, I still have to deny you my penis. Yeah, it's weird. Me and my neighbor are very antisocial. We have like 3 neighbors at the new house. You met a southern gentleman at the gym today. Did he say to you, Why, Jason, I do declare? That's how southern people talk. They do declare things. So where am I going with this line of thinking? I'm going somewhere specific. So the question then for me now is, I still find myself in kind of an inertia state of being, in which I'm still not really feeling my oats and my creative oats, my playing oats that I had felt so pretty steadily prior to my parents' death. Nowadays, when I want to play, I mostly just live stream. I started making a few more long form videos, which is nice. Ideally, I'd work on music more, but um, did you actually watch? This is not based on a movie. This was a book first, Show Media. I didn't even know they made a movie out of it. Yeah, Padawan Rangebender. You know, let let your kids' needs direct you somewhat too. If your kid is happy and not necessarily wanting for more of your attention, then enjoy your parenting how you enjoy it. Don't try to force some other kind of enjoyment on your relationship. Yeah, it was a book first. I never saw the movie. I didn't even know they had made a movie out of it. And I also never read the book. So accordingly, I don't really know what it's about. But I used to make fun of the title, The Unbearable Lightness of Being. And I used to compare it to the title for Like Water for Chocolate. And the reality is, Like Water for Chocolate is a much worse title than The Unbearable Lightness of Being. And I was wrong for shitting on this title. I've tried to think of a better way to put this notion many times now for a long time, and I've never come up with a better one. Do I have any gay friends? Yeah, sure. Rachel and I have a friend who lives in Portland. We went up and visited her. She's LBGTQ plus. Is human potential capable of achieving anything? No, she's not fat. Why would you say that? Are you saying that lesbians are all fat or something? That's ridiculous. Um, is human potential capable of achieving anything? Okay. I'm gonna time you out. How about that, Jason? I'm gonna time you out for being too dumb. Like Water for Chocolate is an album by the rapper Common. Well, it also was a book before it was an album or a movie. Uh and I think like Water for Chocolate is a dumb title because it doesn't really say anything and it's just it just kind of is a nice turn of phrase as it feels in your mouth, like water for chocolate. But it's not a good title. The unbearable lightness of being refers to this kind of like ontological experience of existential beauty taking your breath away, along with existential terror of your immortality, combining to a rich, frothy lightness. Um, Anyhow, Marcus Aurelius really brought up some of what I was thinking about a lot in the car, which is how to balance these various things. So it's not the case that one should always live every day like it's their last, because that's ignoring your energy rhythms. And I mean, to live each day as if it were your last. Additionally, I'd have to know that I was going to be up during the daytime. Lately, I've been going to sleep like at 6 in the morning. I have no power over my sleep schedule. It seems it happens to me. Of course, you can't force yourself to go to sleep. You can force yourself to go to bed at a certain time. You can't force yourself to go to sleep. So, what does one do? Regardless, as I get older, I also have to wrestle with the question of how much of the ways in which I'm different now than I was, say, 5, 6 years ago, 4 years ago, or whatever. I'm sorry if my question came off as dumb. I was just curious. What's your question? Oh, no, it didn't come off as dumb. I never finished answering it. Sorry. Um, no, human potential is not capable of anything. Absolutely not. We are actually quite fragile and easily damaged creatures. I guess. No, I wouldn't say I'm less. I wouldn't say I'm less happy. I would say that well, yeah, but not like, what I mean by that is if I had found myself in this situation without any trauma, prior to the trauma, I would have played and played and played so much. I would have had so much fun playing with various creative endeavors, lots of little things that I always wanted to be able to just sit down, squat in the dirt and play with rocks or something. But but obviously I think that a lot of what I've had going on since we moved up here, since my dad's death in particular, is some PTSD stuff. I read an article that talked about how PTSD impacts your relationship with memory, such that you might the more PTSD you are, the greater the distance there can be between the actual thing that happened to you and some thing that functions as a trigger linking back to that. So if you're extremely traumatized, the distance is like infinite. Everything links back to this central trauma, and it triggers, some kind of trauma, post trauma response. So for me, the way that looks is, I anytime I have any kind of thought about the world, something that's unpleasant, dark, makes me feel bad, any kind of negative feeling at all, really, it triggers this linkage, for me, to guilt in particular, but accordingly, it links to self-loathing slash these kind of this negative Tourette's thing that I got going on. Like, you know, these mantras that I chant. I hate myself, I hate myself, I hate myself. The thing is, I've noticed that I say that even when the thing I'm thinking about isn't me that's causing me to feel bad. Like if I think about some celebrity doing something bad, it'll trigger me often enough to say I hate myself, even though I'm not the celebrity who did something bad. It just somehow links to my own failure in an equivalent area, namely FI. Because I think that the trauma for me was that I inadequately exercised FI before my dad's death. I didn't put myself in his shoes. I didn't I didn't sacrifice my interests in favor of his at a time in his life when he really probably needed me to, at least not as much as I should have. I made some efforts, etc. Stages of grief doesn't really have anything to do with PTSD. Um, I think if my dad had died of natural causes or something, or had gotten hit by a car and died or something, that it probably wouldn't have been nearly as traumatic an experience. Because self deletion is different from other forms of death because, quoting Rachel, it's about unhappiness, unquote. And so, even if it is only sort of about unhappiness, as was my dad's, which it was more about self determination, it was about unhappiness, but I couldn't really have done anything about that. He had lost his wife. She was, in a nursing home. He couldn't even visit her because of COVID stuff. And by the time he decided to call it quits, he had lost so much of his physical capabilities. He had lost mobility. He couldn't hear. He couldn't see, etc. So, well, I do wish that I had done a better job of being beside him as he walked his final path towards death. Um, I the amount of guilt I feel is probably too great because I think what my dad understood that I didn't was that there was nothing much I could do to improve this horrible situation that he found himself in. And that, continually saying I hate myself is not going to help. It's like this weird Tourette's indulgence of mine or something. But except I don't think it's really an indulgence. I think it's what that article suggested, namely that I've got a damaged relationship with memory. No, I mean, no, Winston's mom. I don't think it's. I think this is the conundrum of somebody who wants to engage in self determination in that capacity has is they cannot. You can't really have a conversation with your loved ones and say this is going to happen and let's all. It's just too horrible, right? It's just way too horrible. It's too night mother. which is this horribly sad play. Do you mean that your thoughts you had at the time or action made at the time made you mad at yourself? You're saying, I hate myself, an almost embarrassed reaction to yourself? I mean, sometimes I'll say I hate myself when I remember something that I am embarrassed about. But generally, I mean, the thing is, like, of late or sometime within the last year or so, I started to increase the amount of instances of that negative ejaculation of speech, um, in response to any negative emotion, really, except anger. So anything like feeling bad for a victim that I have nothing at all to do with, even, I say that. And regarding the question of, am I mad at myself? Uh, I would guess, I don't know if I'm mad at myself. I I think what I mean by I hate myself is I hate myself. I don't think I mean anything else about it. Okay. There's a movie starring Eric Roberts about a gay fellow in the final stages of age. He throws a party. Well, that's so different, though, right? Because knowing you're going to go soon and throwing a party to celebrate the little time you have left, that that's like horribly poignant, maybe even morbid, but it doesn't ask too much of the other people in your lives. If you're telling them, I'm going to self delete at this point, and I'd like you all to be okay with it, you're asking too much of your loved ones. Well, I actually agree with you, Winston. I also don't think I should be so hard on myself. Um, it's a bit of an OCD behavior, I guess, intrusive thoughts or Tourette'sy kind of behavior. So I'm trying to cope with it, trying to come to terms with a variety of things. It's like one of the big challenges in life is that for me is that I was always kind of waiting for things to clear up so that I could start making decisions. And I never did end up making decisions. You take Zoloft and smoke weed for your OCD and overactive intrusive thoughts. Well, I take Wellbutrin, and it was quite effective at first. It's a little bit less effective now. Zoloft does wonders for you. Well, that's cool. Destin Compton. Does Compton have a lot of dust on it? I'm assuming that's your job, right? To dust Compton. You can go around with a feather duster and just dust off the city. So yeah, I mean, my dad was definitely following his own TE plan. I just think of moments where there were a few moments certainly where he was looking for something from me that I didn't notice until I did, right? Um, I don't know. I wish I had done a better job, obviously. Wish I had been a better son. I wish I had been an adult, but I hadn't. I wasn't an adult yet. And I was not an adult until after my parents died. Now I feel like an adult, but it's like, has that swept the legs out from under my girlish squeal? Like, I've always in life had a bit of a girlish squeal about me, Like, ooh, fun. Like, what am I, like, old and boring now? Oh gosh. I don't know. You're asking me to be out of the house for like 2 hours. That's gonna be kind of exhausting. What things did you notice that he was looking for? I remember specific instances of like like one time where he wanted us to he'd made some food. And I don't even want to say it's just depressing. It's like specific instances like that. But he always wanted everything on exactly his terms. I made plenty of effort to like have togetherness or whatever. Said, hey, do you want to watch a football game together? Hey, do you want to eat with us tonight? Blah, blah, blah. Every time I suggested something, he always said no. Horrible. Made it difficult for me to, but of course, was that created a situation where, to the extent that I wasn't being like ahead of the game, aware of his needs and meeting them on his terms, because I somehow understood how all these pieces would fall together after his death, and the whole thing would make sense to me in a way it doesn't make sense to me now. I mean, there's no way I could possibly do that. Go to sleep, Eric. I'm tired. I'm not that tired right now. I just got a little reflective on the way home from the poker place. I guess probably because going to play poker was something I did shortly in the aftermath of my dad's death. It's kind of like self-soothing. That probably is what triggered the memory. And this is the first time I played poker since I left LA. Because the Indian casino that I normally go to, which I'm not going to go to anymore, this place is a much better casino to go to. It's small, but it's like, it's just better, right? I know, but I sleep all during the day, Gustavo. So like I went to sleep this morning at 6 a.m. and I got up sometime in the afternoon. No, I won about $150. I lost at poker, but I won at 3-card poker. To more than I lost at regular poker. Adderall, Dadderall. Well, I was like, and that's one of the ways in which I am I'm changing, like, and it's hard to say exactly why. How much of it is say psychophysiological, like in other words, have I aged because of this experience, or how much of it is just like a psychological lull in energy, reduction in energy, lack of endurance, the kind of endurance that I used to have, etc. Is that still in aftermath of the future shock sea change, or is it actually just me getting older, having physical less physical, just having less mileage on the tires left, less tread on the tires. I understand why you were distant and absorbed. Annie is hard to focus on the moment. It's tough because he looked at you as a boy, subordinate, still subconsciously, and Annie is so forceful with plan. Well, he was Annie third. It's important to remember that too. So that means, any child, any selfish, he wanted all the ideas to be his. When there was conversation, he wanted to be him talking and us listening. Well, yeah, that was ridiculous. And it was frustrating because he just like refused to delegate anything to me. I said, Dad, look, give me some of these tasks. I said, okay, you be in charge of getting your mom's haircut then. I said, okay, fine. I'll find a barber, I'll talk to him, I'll figure out how to do this. And then, like, before I'd even had a chance to get started, like, maybe 6 hours later, he's like, well, I went and talked to the barber. Okay. Well, see, Dad, I don't want you to delegate this task to me now, because it's no longer you delegating to me. It's me having the task that I'm supposed to take responsibility for supervised in some way by you and your incredibly controlling self. It's waning. It's waning outside, everybody. Because it's not really that cold right now. I checked the temperature as I was driving in here. It was like 50 degrees. So, obviously, that's not cold enough to snow. I don't see any rain out here. Well, it's. I don't think it's gonna go that south. This system. It's actually centered quite a bit north of us, but we're at the kind of getting the bottom end of it. I hear the sky piss. That's not called sky piss, okay? It's called dewdrops of wonder. Get it right. These are the dewdrops of wonder that moisten all of our lives in our most tender spots. So yeah, it is the case that I tend to less get into a state of flow than I once did when it comes to creative endeavors. Like, it used to be that I get thwacked out, and instead of live streaming, I'd be doing a lot of making music, maybe a music video, maybe like a long form video with a document that I make or something like that. Historically, I've not been so indolent in my YouTubing as to just live stream all the time. But you know, I'm getting used to life. It was helpful to hang out with the neighbors more than you might think. Well, something like that would be helpful. It made me feel like, okay, like we're integrating here. We're getting real life friends here. We're fortunate to have moved in to people next door to people who are musicians too, you know. And Kay is a really good bass player on a cello. Man, I never had a dad MLS. Well, the thing is, you know, my dad didn't grow up with a dad. His dad left his family, and he was the man of the family at a young age, and he had to be very responsible. But fortunately, he was an ESTJ, you know, and so he had his experience of life where he had to be an adult early on and continually for all of his life. In contrast, I was kept in this kind of perpetual childhood all the way until I was 50 years old. Not because I was like living off my parents or something, but just because, you know, it if you have loving, good parents, it's different when they're still alive. You know that there's a backstop, you know. I did not grow up in the hood. I grew up in the Cade, Arcadia, you know. Our Acacia says, never will I stop crying. What are you crying about, Acacia? Sadness? Sadness and sorrow? It really shows the power of live social interaction. I've taken that for granted in my life. Well, yeah, and the thing is, as a couple of intuition doms, Rachel and I are likely to underestimate the importance of IRL connections, and you know, hanging out with the neighbors, having such a good time, and Kay having such a wonderful time, you know, freely being herself and what she wants without any of the, you know, horribly aware, cringing FE that I would experience. She just owns it. Like, I know what I want, and that's fine. I appreciate that. Go ahead, kitty. Go ahead and eat. Eat your food. So what are you meowing about then? Are you going to eat or not? Hey, hey, I'm talking to you. Don't look at your sister like that. Are you going to eat or not? Yes or no? Out you go. Go ahead. Difficult boy. He's such a difficult boy. Okay. Hi, Grape Pen. Gee was fibbing. You're not crying. Your eyes are just sweating? Yeah, I am asking the cat to make a decision. Exactly, Sean. And I know what a futile endeavor that is. Cats are terribly indecisive. What the cats would like is if we just leave all of the doors propped open at all times so they can come in and out as they want. It's not even cold outside. It's 53. Like, I don't even have to zip up my jacket outside. What does sober mean? For me, it means no alcohol. And so you might get loaded on things other than alcohol, but that does not violate your sobriety. The opposite of sober is drunk, not anything else specifically. But that's my definition of it, and other people might define it differently. Well, we have this walkway thing so he doesn't even have to get wet. Now, granted, to go back in through the cat door, he will have to get wet, but he's more likely to just wait by the front door for me to go outside and come in that way, knowing him. So sober is a good thing in my opinion. It's a good thing in my opinion as well, Magic Johnson, and I've been sober by that definition coming up on 11 years. And that was really life-changing for me when I quit drinking. And even through the horrible Kimberly times, I never really felt too sad or depressed or not excited about life since I quit drinking until my dad's death. After that, then I went through all this upheaval, all this volatility because I wasn't sure for a while like what the inheritance was all about, how that was playing. So drinking is poison as an 18-year-old. Yeah, well, when I was 18, I liked drinking a lot. But I didn't drink all the time. So but then, my first year of sobriety that I ever had was at age 20 though. I was sober from 20 to 21. Is that right? Yeah. Maybe a little before 20 to a little before 21. I hate pouring draft at work. You mean draft beer? I adopted 2 kittens recently and I put out a litter box to teach them, and then the male knows to go in the box and my baby girl goes near the box but not in it, and I get frustrated. Why? Well, you have to make sure that the male cat's pee isn't in there because the other cat's not going to like the smell of it. 12:32 a.m. for you. Yes, ISFJ Kimberly. I mean, the reason Kimberly insulted me so much and actively tried to hurt my feelings was because she was BPD, borderline personality disorder. And accordingly, she had trust issues and had suffered childhood abuse and stuff. And so it was quite toxic in her relationship habits. And that's why she was always attacking me. And it wasn't necessarily passive. She'd be very actively aggressive in her attacks on me plenty of times. Cats need gendered washrooms. I agree, Sean. That would solve the problem. Do I like Pink Floyd? Not that much. I like a few of their things. But I think they're a little overrated, frankly. I was a bartender for 5 years. In that time, I saw enough to be certain that alcohol is only good for sterilizing a wound. So that means you need 2 litter boxes? I mean, you don't need 2 litter boxes. We only have 1 litter box ourselves. I'm not really into the panelverse, to be honest. I'm not that into the panelverse either. No, you just need to scoop out the pee before the girl goes. Don't try to make the girl go on top of the boy's pee. That's what I'm saying. But it's also the case that the cats sometimes like some kinds of cat litter smell more than others. I find that the cheap kind, it smells very strongly and the cats don't like it very much. Is autism a mental disorder? You don't have autism, Magic Johnson. Autism is bullshit like ADHD. Those things are pathologizations of cognitive function configuration. So action types tend to be pathologized as ADHD. People with extroverted feeling, blind, or ASLOT tend to be diagnosed as autism spectrum. No, you don't have autism. Actual autism always correlates with, or always coincides with mental retardation. I used to be in special ed, so I know what actually autistic people are. This notion of autism spectrum is insane and stupid, and nobody should believe a bit of it. ISFJ girl I work with tried to make me mad by telling me I miss too much work, I get sick lots, that sucks to be sick so much. Well, I just said yes, yes, yes. She can't trigger me about being lazy. Mods ban this person. Ban what person? No, neither of you are autistic. I don't doubt got that diagnosis, but unless you were mentally retarded, you're not diagnosed. You're not. Can somebody hide Jason Abrams, please? I'll do it. Yeah, I'll hide him. What a tard. He's such a tard. Okay. So, well, my baby doesn't want to go in the same box as Reggie. Okay, well then maybe you should. Okay, Chris, fine. Everyone's autistic. Everyone's neurodivergent. Why do you want to be autistic? What's appealing about being autistic to you? It's not like there's any treatment for it. Your guitar is acoustic. I'm artistic. Are you just trying to be like, no, I'm victimized by a disability? Or what? I'm bombastic. Now it looks like he's pointing to me. I'll just hide myself. Am I pointing to you? I'm not pointing to you. I don't think so. I cannot make my guitar gently weep. I can either make it sob or laugh. That's it. Those are the only two choices I have. I diagnosed with autism and it makes you smarter because IQ doesn't mean crap. No. That's not the case. Autism doesn't make anybody smarter. You do have people with actual autism who sometimes are savants, but the people who don't have mental retardation have been diagnosed with some kind of autism spectrum thing. That's just complete bullshit. And that's one to grow on, everybody. You might disagree, but that's just because you're wrong. Now look, I'm saying this as somebody who has ADHD, right? I get prescribed Adderall for it. I mean, I agree that I want Adderall, but I don't agree that there's anything wrong with me. I think life's better when I do take Adderall. I get that I have to go through this there's something wrong with me thing in order to get it, but I just think that some of us, are meant to take more speed than others. You Americans don't know what ASD. What bad? No wait. What's that? Does that say? You Americans don't know what bad? Should have brought my glasses. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. Okay, I'll go get my glasses. Fine. You've convinced me. You've convinced me with all of your yelling. Magic John says, I have autism and that's a fact. Oh, did they do the autism blood test that doesn't exist on you? Or did you check off a certain number of boxes on a checklist? Medical conditions that are entirely reliant on self-reporting, those aren't real things, you know? Sorry. Yeah, we're all autistic. What is Chris on about? I don't know what he's on about. They're like, I'm Chris, and listen to me talk about me. Something like that, I think. I briefly checked out Liliana's stream before I came and started this stream. Okay, well, the doctor told you that based on what? I mean, I could tell you you have leprosy. What doesn't fall into that category? Self-reporting. ADHD is the other big one. ADHD and autism spectrum, quote unquote. Yeah, something like highly sensitive person or gifted. Those things those aren't real things. What is Unc on about? I'm explaining things that are real versus things that are fake in terms of diagnoses. So the reason we can articulate that a diagnosis of, say, something dark triad or borderline personality disorder or something is a real diagnosis is because it can be predicated on specific behaviors that are always toxic. And a persistent habit of destroying relationships with your own toxic behavior qualifies as some kind of something wrong with you, because you're not just not fitting into the world comfortably, but rather you're doing active harm to other people just by being in the world and having a relationship with them. But things that are just like, oh, you have an executive function disorder. That means you've got a weak relationship with extroverted sensing. Somebody might say that Acacia has an executive function disorder. That's bullshit. That's just other types pathologizing as polar. People might say that I have ADHD. That's bullshit. That's just other people pathologizing an action type. People might think that somebody has autism spectrum. That's bullshit. Autism exists. Don't get me wrong. Autism does exist. As a special ed teacher, I work with actual autistic kids. Autism spectrum is bullshit, right? So just because you've got like a weak relationship with extroverted feeling, that is, say you're not picking up on social cues very much, you're not making eye contact, those kind of things, that doesn't mean you have some version of actual autism, which has those things plus a lot more, like self-stimulation and mental retardation, savant stuff, etc. What are your thoughts on antisocial personality disorder? Well, I don't know a whole lot about it. I can tell you one such disorder that's complete bullshit is oppositional defiant disorder, which basically says, if you keep disagreeing with me, you have oppositional defiant disorder. It specifies that you don't do anything toxic. Antisocial personality disorder, I think, it specifies that you're basically engaged in some kind of rights violation. The stream is always better when Eric's on Adderall and I'm into the Budweiser. Oh, it's definitely better when I'm added up. And I'm not sure about the Budweiser. I'll take your word for that. But you know, it's not just Adderall, right? It's like I kind of got to be in a good mood or the right kind of mood, and I also have to have a certain amount of responsiveness from the interwebs. There are 20 people here right now, which is quite good for me, you know. And it encourages me to engage with what everybody's saying, you know. Like, sometime back, somebody said something about, is everything within the human potential? Definitely not. And is both the case that you can't do anything you put your mind to. You can only do things you can put your mind to that are within your, more or less your wheelhouse, or at least within your conscious stack. What are your thoughts on how people get along these days? I think people get along the same as always in the real world, more or less. Except, you know, you have to do less like walking over to your neighbor's house and knocking on the door. You can just text them. And I think online people engage with each other by and large with a similar civility. There are people though who come in with a level of venom, hostility, shittiness that you would just never see in the real world, right? Like when Rachel's on camera and she's streaming and I'm watching TV in the other room, she gets this non-stop onslaught of either guys saying, "Hey gorgeous, hey beautiful," or "Show me your titties," or she gets like hater guys being like, "You're ugly," and horrible things like that. In regular life, that never happens to Rachel. I'm with her all the time, and I never have people come up to her and say this shit to her in regular life, right? So I think we need to understand just how different engaging anonymously, especially, but engaging digitally is from engaging in the real world for a lot of different reasons. But accordingly, we ought to treat it differently when in online somebody's rude or trolling or whatever than if they were to do that in real life. Because a lot of dudes aren't in control of their own emotions, let alone being able to hide it in the computer. Well, I mean, they're in control enough in the real world. They don't behave like that in the supermarket. I once ate 75 slices of American cheese and went temporarily blind. Then you ate another 75 slices and your sight returned. Narcissists should be put in jail. Well, the only people who should put in jail are people who commit crimes against other people. Not all forms of abuse that one individual might perpetrate against another comprise criminal activities. Yeah, we can't put people in jail for a diagnosis. We can only put them in jail for crimes. You horrible cat. I don't want to watch you eat. And last time you wanted me to watch you eat, I came here and you didn't even start eating. You just wasted my time. This cat's always wasting my time. Okay, I gotta poop now. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set you guys up with something entertaining to watch while I poop. I'll put it on loop. And what is that thing you're gonna watch? You're gonna watch the most action-packed minute in Talking with Famous People history. Where is Rachel, by the way? She's in bed. I don't know if she's listening to this or not. I have to poop so bad. I hope I succeed in pooping. All right.
Look at the fireman. Here we come. Throw a hose on it.
So while you guys enjoy this, I'll go poop.
Let's see, let's squirt it. Let's watch them in action. Don't go that way, lady. Hey, lady! No, lady! Welcome to Arcadia. Yeah, you want to go a different direction, probably. Oh, it's probably making sparks. Look. Caroline's going. Oh, I'm going to get out of the way, too. This is more exciting than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, you can squirt it. Burn hose on it. Go. Let's be escorted. The poison in action. Don't go that way, lady. Hey, lady! No, lady! Welcome to Arcadia. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, you want to go a different direction, probably. Oh, it's probably making sparks. Look. No one's going. Oh, I'm going to get out of the way, too. This is more exciting than I thought it was going to be. You guys should squirt it. Oh! You guys should squirt it with the hose. Look at the fireman. Here we come. Squirt a hose on it. Go. Let's be escorted. The poison in action. Don't go that way, lady. Hey, lady! No, lady! Welcome to Arcadia. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, you want to go a different direction, probably.
Okay, well, that's a lot better now.
Oh, it's probably
That's a lot better. Congratulations to me. Congratulations to my butt. Great job, butt. And great job, Eric. Narcissist as a word fails to mean anything. Well, I like to make all of those kind of dark triad-y things mean the same thing, which is accountability avoidance disorder. A pathological inability to be corrected or be held accountable for anything. I understand the lady was on the older side, but she almost walked straight in there. I know, it's crazy, right? Isn't that a crazy video? All that shit happened in 1 minute. Like the car, which was already on fire, like burst into more flames. The fireman trying to run over there. Then the lady comes in and she's gonna walk right into the fire, and then it pushes up in flames again, and the fireman has to get back, and then it sparks the power lines, and they go, get away, and then the power lines fall down, and it's like, and then the car makes an explosion sound. All that happens in 1 minute. I am a narcissist and selfless person? I don't think that makes any sense, Magic Johnson. Now, I only had one poop. I feel like I might still have more poop in me, but it was certainly better than no poops, and it was a decent size. I'd call it a medium poop, medium small, but a lot bigger than like little turds, you know. Being a narcissist is not a good thing, okay? If you are truly a narcissist, it means you have accountability avoidance disorder. That is to say, you cannot be held accountable, even if you're wrong. You can't say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. What I just said, it's another form of all the dark triad shit, which all boil down to, I can't be held accountable for things. It's never my fault. There's nothing good about that, Magic Johnson. If you're admitting that you're accountability avoidant, that's not being accountability avoidant. Trevor, you want to go outside? Fine. Because I'm not going to have you just bothering Capillo. Go on. According to Eric's definition, I'm not remotely narcissistic. Good for you, Sean. My definition is the best because it's actually a definition that means something, as opposed to most of these definitions, which, because they don't make a precise distinction, don't really make any distinction at all. A narcissist is a person who is self-centered, arrogant thinking and behavior, a lack of empathy and consideration for other people, and an excessive need for admiration. That's a fine enough description too, Jason Kerr. But it's not operationalized, which means you can't use that definition to test to see if somebody qualifies. You are selfless? Meaning you like to give of yourself onto others. Acacia, I mean, I'm confusing you constantly, so my language is lacking, and you were pointing out my lack of sense. Is that true, Acacia? Are you constantly being confused by Padawan Rangebender without stopping? Constantly, forever, without stopping, and you're being accused, confused by confusions. Hello, London, UK. Welcome to America, California land. If I do something selfish, followed by something selfless, what am I? You're just a self. Or you're a selfishless person. Well, I mean, all definitions are made up, Magic Johnson. The point is, you can have a definition like, say, what's his name? Jason Kerr, I think it was. You can have a definition like Jason Kerr's. A narcissist is a person who is self-centered, arrogant in their thinking and behavior, and displays a lack of empathy for other people, as well as an excessive need for admiration. That's kind of like the dictionary you'd likely, the definition you'd likely find if you were to Google it or something. My point is, we can use definitions to do things, or we can just sort of use definitions to gesture at a concept, right? If you want to define narcissist so that it's a purposeful distinction, then you need to be able to use your definition to test whether a given person qualifies or not. Because Jason Kerr's definition has so much stuff in it, self-centered, arrogant in both thinking and behavior, lacking in empathy, lacking in consideration, and having an excessive need for admiration, and each of those things is kind of a judgment call, right? Like, well, is my need for admiration excessive, or is it a reasonable amount of need for admiration? It's hard to say, right? Whereas if you say something like a person who qualifies as dark triad is that way because specifically they avoid all accountability, then you have a definition you can use to test on people. If you don't think that definition is correct, that's fine. You can challenge the accuracy of the definition. If you want to provide a different operation that we can use to test to see if somebody's a narcissist, then we can have our definitions compete, right? Or you can say, but regardless, you'll need to acknowledge that, okay, yes, my definition does provide an operation that would allow us to test to see if somebody qualifies as something, and that if in the absence of an alternative definition that functions like that allows us to determine something, then we should use mine because the other definitions can't be used in any specific way. You have a lack of empathy, so you're a narcissist? Okay. You have sympathy, but not empathy. What's the difference exactly? It's Negan from Walking Dead. I'm not Negan from Walking Dead. There are multiple ways to categorize narcissism, including 5 main types: overt, covert, malignant, antagonistic, and communal. 8 types: grandiose, covert, vulnerable, malignant, communal, benign, neglectful, entitled, self-righteous, and generational, cultural. And see, this is why it's like there are all these different ways of taxonomying narcissists because they only share one commonality: a refusal to be held accountable. Yeah. So that's when you know something is currently a mess, and you should instead of looking to the status quo, look to what Eric says. I don't like you. It's not that hard. Right. We don't need to come up with a disease that you have. It's true that I don't like you, but it's not because I don't like you. It's because you have a disease. Happy Capybara Day, Danny Custer. Hello? Capybara. Capybara. Hey, hey, hey. That was my capybara cheer from the other night. My intention wasn't to point out anything, rather it was to clarify that I understood the question that I was being asked to ensure I answered it to the best of my ability. Well, Acacia, across the board, F. F for failure. L for loser. You lose. Because you know why? Because you neither clarified what you need to clarify nor answered the question successfully. Complete abject failure from start to finish. Sympathy is feeling someone else's feelings, and empathy is having compassion for others' feelings. So when someone else feels sad, that'll make you feel sad, but not for them. That's odd. that seems strange. You're gonna feel sad in conjunction with their sadness, but it won't be sadness for them, because that would qualify as compassion. That's a really strange distinction to be making. Go on. Cha, cha. You cats are just like, I'm sorry to say it, cats are kind of annoying sometimes. You're always like, now I want to come in. Now I want to go outside. Now I want to sit on your chair. Now I want to bother you. Now I want to meow at you and be like, hey, come watch me eat. Let's do a nature experience. Yeah, I got to get my glasses or else I won't be able to read what you're saying. Being a loser is a good thing. I was just joking about Acacia. I didn't actually mean any of that stuff I said. I'm sure Acacia did a fine job both of answering the question and clarifying what you needed to clarify. I believe in her power. You like cats? I like cats too, but these cats are so spoiled. Rachel's in bed. I don't think she's listening to this. You're not a loser, Magic Johnson. Just because I disagree with you about something doesn't mean you're a loser. You're a winner. And I didn't really mean what I was saying to Acacia. I was just joking. Oh, Rachel is here. Non-veg, I am not your grandpa. It's time to move out of America. Okay, where are you going to move? Old Mexico? Perhaps the exotic island of Haiti. Am I unhappy with the life we live? No, not at all. I wasn't talking about I'm talking about the long and slow process of recapturing some of my my girlish giggles, my girlish delight that I seem to have prior to the death of my parents, that I'm sort of working my way back towards, And it's kind of 3 steps forward, 2 steps back a little bit, Of course I'm not unhappy with the life we have here. It's like we couldn't have things any better. It's just I've never been in these circumstances before. And also, I think I got a little bit of PTSD, You're tired of Oregon? Well, Oregon, that's fine. If you're living in Portland, I don't blame you for being tired of Oregon. Not to put too fine a point on it, but in my opinion, Portland is a terrible city. You have PTSD for sure, you get it. The thing is, I really didn't have that much prior to my parents' death. My dad's particularly. And, I was in the blissful ignorance of a very late childhood prior to his death. So, it's kind of late. It's kind of the Prince Charles phenomenon. Yeah, I inherited money. It's kind of like the Prince Charles phenomenon, though. It's like he finally gets to be king, but he's like 90 years old or something, and has cancer. Not so bad in my instance as that, but I guess I didn't really fully understand how how much I was still in a kind of a childhood. Trouble, you know what I'm not happy about with my life here? Watching you eat. That's the one thing I'm unhappy about with my life here. Back when we lived in Arcadia, I didn't have to watch you eat. You had the ability to eat food by yourself. I'm giving him attention, Gustavo. I'm giving him. There, big baby. He's such a baby. Is the cat a narcissist? Maybe, yeah. Well, we've said that before. Rachel and I have said he's a narcissist before. Magic Johnson has PTSD too. Well, you know what, Magic Johnson? Try to be good to yourself as much as possible. Recognize the fact that if you've undergone trauma, especially if you're on the younger side, um, it can take a long time to process. And try to the best of your ability. Don't be like Eric, right? Don't don't talk shit to yourself. For me, my PTSD comes from my dad self-deleting with a gun to the head while me and Rachel were at home. It was a very bloody scene. We were briefly homicide suspects. I think trouble is an ENFJ. Life is hard for Gen Z and millennials right now. I'm sorry it was driving and putting away groceries, so I think I misunderstood. Well, Acacia, basically we were talking about how you failed to clarify and you failed to answer the question. And then that's why you got an F and you have to retake this class. Are you done eating now? Am I off duty now? Can I go back into the other room? Hallelujah. 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 I have been freed. The cat freed me finally. After 7 years a slave, it finally let me go. Is PTSD basically depression? No, it's not actually. But it it may correlate pretty well with depression, but PTSD is a damaging of your memory associations. So the most common understanding of PTSD is the one where somebody goes to Iraq and gets PTSD from IEDs. And when he comes back to the States, he hears a car backfire and he dives in the bushes thinking, you know, they're attacking, the enemy's attacking or something, right? So in that instance is a good example of how it's a memory problem that normally if you go see a band that has 4 trumpets, 1 guitar, and a bass, you'll be like, wow, that's weird. The next time you see 4 trumpets, either the words 4 trumpets or actually 4 people playing trumpets, you're going to think back to that performance you saw, right? That's a normal associative link. If the event was traumatic, then you're going to think back to it every time you see 1 trumpet or a bass or a guitar or even any kind of brass instrument or a concert or a stage or a crowd that looks like they're in front of a stage because you've got PTSD. Your associative links are way too broad. Too many different things qualify as linking in some fashion, in some conceivable fashion, to the traumatic event, such that you experience associative triggers between things that are very far from what actually happened in the event, back to that same event. Wow, young sir, that's a new one. My PTSD came from my pets passing away. Well, I mean, I had a really tough pet death myself. my dog Lacey. How would SI play out in demon slot for NI users? You mean 8th slot? NI DOMs, they have a much less painful relationship with the past than SI front stack people. NI DOMs have the least conscious SI of anybody. Animals can be narcissists if, and only if, they avoid accountability. So, we can still see the trauma as though, I think maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's not the case that life's nothing but trauma, but it is the case that most of us incur a fair amount of trauma over the course of a life. I incurred very little trauma in some sense as a kid, but it's just not really true also. It's like I had some like childhood trauma linked to kind of Lord of the Flies-ish unsupervised engagements that kids had back in the day. But by and large, you know, I emerged from childhood and even from high school healthy and happy, maybe with a little bit of a getting loaded problem, but yes, it's another strain. This one's even better than the last one. Introverted intuition is mind's eye, I think maybe the pineal gland. Introverted intuition is just knowing things based on their identity rather than on your experience of them. When we're trying to understand SI and NI, we should remember shape constancy and object permanence. Shape constancy is what allows us to know this is a lighter, this is a lighter, this is a lighter, this is a lighter, this is a lighter. We haven't seen it from every conceivable angle, right? But we're able to understand what it is by looking at it, understanding its identity, okay? Object permanence is, it links to, like, before you have object permanence, if you cover a baby's eyes and you go peekaboo, they're surprised to see the thing is there again, right? Before you have shape constancy, if you look at something from a different angle, you don't know what it is yet. you only if you've seen it exactly like this every time, then you can recognize that it's the same thing. But until you have shape constancy, you look at it like this, you can't tell what it is. Are you asking me about my bold claim if I've got proof of what? Or are you asking about Danny's claim? I see, do you think my dresser is boofable? Yes, I do. R-E-T-A-R I'm not going to prove it was the same lighter. Okay. It doesn't even need to be the same lighter though. The fact is it's a lighter no matter which angle you look at it. And because it's a lighter, you know what it does. It makes fire. Everyone in my inner circle in life these past 2 weeks has said that Ananova is smarter than they are, and Ananova does not know how to take that. I would take it as a compliment, I guess. It's a compliment to people who don't know how sucky being smart is. In reality, being smart sucks ass. You know, it's like being smart means you get to be correct. Nobody cares about that. Oh yeah, I mean I get it, Anna over 5. You're supposed to take it as a compliment. That's how it's intended, but if they only knew, it's no walk in the park. It's like, oh, hey, you're so much more useless than we are. If they said it that way, it wouldn't be such a compliment, right? Oh yeah, I'm a model. I've been modeling since I was a newborn baby. First, I modeled newborn baby horse saddles, strong enough for a man but sized for a baby. Then I modeled Tough Skins brand pants. Nowadays, what do I model? I model chewing gum and sassafras. Do people associate good looks with charisma and intelligence or intellectual mind? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so necessarily. I haven't been told I'm smart since I was in school. Nobody really ever tells me I'm smart either. But I've come to accept that I am. I used to get told I was smart by my mom when I was a little kid. My dad didn't seem to think so. I'm not sure he agreed with my mom about that at all. You're so smart, Sean. You're the smartest smarty pants in all smart time. Money, you're not an idiot. Your inner circle must either be a bunch of super geniuses or totally wrong about you. Maybe me at 23, I'm realizing that developing into the man I need to become, I don't know. Are you developing into the man you need to become? What man do you need to become? Is his name Tom and he's a firefighter who flies planes in his spare time? Iron Lion, I'd say definitely Sean's the smartest of all time. Maybe you're kind of insulting him right now with that maybe. You probably are the least smart in your circle. Wow, you must hang out with really smart people. You seem very smart to me, buddy. And of course, it depends what you mean by smart, too. It's like, do you mean correct or do you mean effective? I was joking, I mean, not right. I think you're smart, but I believe the proof is in the pudding. Oh, well, thanks. Winston's gone. You know, the thing is, my take on it is, I don't really, smart is not reliable for anything in particular. You can't, no matter how smart you are, you still have the same choice, right or incorrect. And it's not necessarily a choice. Some people are incapable of being correct about certain things because they're not parsing it the right way. I want to be effective all the time with everything. Too bad. You don't get to be that effective. No, you don't. So instead of saying that I'm smart, I say I'm correct. Because that you can test. Well, am I actually correct? In this instance, we'll find out. But am I actually smart? Well, there's no really way to test that meaningfully. Do we know what man we need to be before we actually become that man? Probably not. And that's as per Heidegger's observation that we are thrown into this world unawares. We begin our life and are living it before we have any idea of how we possibly ought to live it. Guys' inner circles are typically insult rich. You know what? Mine really weren't. Me and my friends were pretty not teasy with each other. What did we think alike about? We both like big butts and we cannot lie. Do you think life began outside of the space-time continuum? I mean, there's no possible way to understand either answer to that question is informative, right? Because we don't know, we can't conceive of anything outside of the space-time continuum Because any reality we can conceive of includes both space and time. We are both biological and metaphysical entities, both physical and metaphysical entities. Oh, right, it's not in here. I keep forgetting. It's not where I put it. Fine then. Frustrating weed. I keep going to the wrong place. I need to get a jar from underneath the stairs. Just simply smoke 1 jar of weed before bed. With additional jars as needed. All right, so I'm going to put this weed down, then I'll go get a jar. Put that down right there. Now we'll go over here. We'll go underneath the stairs. And what we sometimes call the tech closet. And what you'll see over here, those boxes though, they're full of jars that have weed in them. So let's go get something. Is Show Media here? I still have the Mad Magazine game or something. I'm sorry I was rude about this game. I feel bad about that. Everybody wants to school your mom. Okay, good job, Eric. Way to do that thing you were trying to do. You're going to win a prize for most accomplished guy. That's the prize I want to win. I want to win the prize for most accomplished guy. Most accomplished guy in the field of excellence. My butt is showing. That's how I attract the capybaras, Danny. They just cannot get enough of my hot buttocks. That's what I'm going to title my autobiography, in fact, is My Hot Buttocks. Again, screenshot it. I love everyone in this audience and the content on this channel. It has helped me so much. You have no clue. It's inexplainable. Well, thanks, Ananova5. How very kind of you. I want to be the woman you choose on Love is Blind. Oh, I'd choose you on any show, Rachel. Have you heard of the free energy principle? Yeah, I have. That's where my prime directive came from, actually. That the prime directive of all humans, maybe all of life, is to close the gap between expectations and realities, which is basically the free energy principle. That's where I got the idea of the prime directive from. First, last, I usually just play along and embrace the insults, call him daddy. Oh, you wanna fuck me, don't you, daddy? Like that? Like that, Sean? That's a good way to do it. It'll make him feel uncomfortable. Do you want to touch my puss? Do I want to touch your puss? Yeah. It's sexy. Oh, you scared the shit out of me, Ross. I thought it was the ghost of Genghis Khan come to send his hordes to conquer my city. Get your hordes out of here. Okay, what in the world is that? I just opened the door. And the cat did not come in. There's no cat here. Where's that scratching coming from? Where is it coming from? Oh my God, like, where could it possibly be coming from? Over here? I know I'm not hallucinating. I heard scratching at the door. I got up, I checked the door, nothing there. I heard it again when I sat down. I am still jamming out on the guitar. I'll probably play a little guitar this evening. Strum a few songs. Causing the... Where was she? Oh, is she going underneath the closet, underneath the stairs?
No, she went into the washroom.
Oh, my bad, Capio. Sorry. The last song I've wrote some of and haven't finished writing, I'm still in theory working on it. I'll get back to it at some point. Is yeah, I know. I do remember that mean bird because there was this guy named Labola who was this troll who just kept hammering that over and over again. Eventually, he got frustrated and insulted Rachel, so I hit him. Which song was it, Ross? I'll play it for you. Maybe it was Gregory in Disguise. That's typically the one people are most enthusiastic about. I'll play it in a little bit. Oh, that Jack tastes so nice. That's a soothing. All right, I will play it. I might play something else first, but then I'll play it. All right. So I think I'm going to play this song first. All right. In order to play this song, I'm going to plug in the guitar into the amp. And I'll get this part and put it in here like that. Okay. Well, Sammy had a story that need be told, and this is a song for an open road, and such a thing will always do its job. She married up Jeb and turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned, weary now and questioning the path. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses. Way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always wrong. Doug at 20 got bourbon fun, and likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. Well, one set seemed to set him free, became his whole identity. Now Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency outpaces discretion, locking in our courses. Way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression. Offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody about the kids. Ooh, I lock 'em up with extra decks again. Ooh, mathematics produce success or impose more unjust duress. Agency outweighs discretion, locking in our courses way too young. The urgency convert is really just oppression, making sure those underneath them always wrong. Without consent, it's really just oppression. While parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying, while they feed their fear of dying. Yeah, let's feed upon the futures of the young. That was okay. That was pretty okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I'm going to play the song that was requested. Is Gregory in disguise and in his pockets? Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise and in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always selling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise. I don't know Eben by Sublime. I don't know that song. Never heard of it before. I'm gonna play one more for right now and then take a break from the music. Go play this. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all warily eyeing the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. The one who thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook, but before Though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Yeah, baby, naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. It's a good song. It's a well-written song. I'm very impressed with myself for writing that song. Like, in terms of songwriting, I think that song is better than either of the other two songs I played. But I get that, you know, Gregory in Disguise has more general appeal. Apparently, it works better as like an earworm or whatever you want to say, like, which is the ultimate test, really. The only test that really matters. All right, let me get a couple things. We'll be right back. Well, it's really raining up a storm out here. Unsurprisingly. You dreamt about this song last night? Thanks, Ross. I really appreciate it. How very nice of you. Thanks, Adam. That's very kind of you. Or, I'm sorry, a Dan? See you later, Ross. A Dan. Yeah, not Adam. A Dan Ramirez. Thank you. It was very kind of you. Appreciate it. Which song did you dream about, Anthony? As you see, I'm wearing my ultra cool Johnny shirt, which I got at the Johnny Show on his Never Fair Always True tour. As you see, I get 1 million cool points. Because, why? Because I am so cool. No problem, Ross. You have a great day. Designated drinker Alan Jackson. I didn't know we had a. I didn't know we had a designated drinker. Rivers of Babylon. I don't know that one either, Gustavo. I'm sorry to tell you. D sounds like th. Oh, Athen. Athon. Oh, English is Adam. Okay, cool. Athon Ramirez. Right on. So much profound insight. Yeah, apparently D sounds like TH. I find that pretty profound as well. I'm glad you and I share our being impressed by such profound insight. There. Now I'm dressed for the weather. As you may or may not be able to tell, it is currently raining. Can you hear the sound of pitter-patter of little feet? Namely, of little raindrops. Can you hear it? Sleigh bells ring, are you listening? Everyone starts listening. It's not snowing though. It's a relatively warm storm, I guess. It was a 50 something when I was driving back up here, like an hour ago or something. Which is PDW, pretty darn warm. Like, I could put the aloe vera plant out tonight even. That's how warm it is. The aloe vera plant, I probably appreciate a lot of time with some water. I'm not going to leave you out all night, aloe vera plant, because if this cloud cover goes away, then it's going to get too cold for you, aloe vera plant. But I will put you there for now. And I'm sure I'll come out here again. Look at it. There he is, enjoying some raindrops. If you were an aloe vera plant right now, you'd be like, damn, those raindrops are good. I'm going to drink up those raindrops like nobody's business. Yes, hello everybody. My name is Aloe Vera. It's Alfred Lowe, short for Logan. Alfred Logan Vera is my name. And I, as you can probably tell, am an aloe vera plant. I was struggling for quite some time because of the abuse of this horrible old man, hey aloe vera plant, who left me in too small of a pot for months on end. Well, you're in the right size pot now. Barely. There's barely enough room for me. I need a pot as big as the Eiffel Tower. I'm never going to get you a pot that big. How would I move you in and out of the garage? Merely move to a more temperate climate, you fool. I'm not moving for you, aloe vera plant. You better not leave me outside all night. I might freeze to death out here. Well, aren't you a fussy bus? I am a fussy bus? And what is it to you? Well, like, are you like English or something, or what? No, I'm not English. I'm just a very fussy aloe vera plant. You got kind of a high voice for a dude. As all aloe vera plants have high voices, okay? You should hear the females of the species. Their voice is like twice as high as this even. Oh, so you're saying for an aloe vera? Very low. As low as the bottom of the ocean. Your mom's face is as low as the bottom of the ocean. Don't talk about my mother! See, that kind of stuff. When I do that kind of stuff, it feels like I'm living the life I'm meant to live. When I have little conversations with the aloe vera plant. When I'm just being like, ho, I guess I'll watch some TV. Maybe I'll tell myself how much I hate myself a bunch more times. That'd be good. But, you know, if I'm playing Talk to the Plant, that's a lot better of an activity. I could do that activity by myself, too. You know, I don't necessarily have to have an audience. I make little jokes with things when I'm feeling my erickiness, you know. I'm prone to chatting with objects, pretend people, etc. Playing with my dolls. Maybe we'll play with dolls when we go inside. I'm sure most of you are thinking, it's been a while since I've been instructed, nurtured by the warm embrace of Mindy's Club. Well, you're right. It's been a while. Do I not have my glasses again? Why am I so bad at taking things with me? All right, aloe vera plant, you can stay out here for a while longer. I know, you already said that. Okay, well, you're going to be a jerk about it. I'm not being a jerk, you're a jerk. Again, what accent is that? I can't hear you because I closed the door. All right, there. Now we're back inside where the deer and the antelope play. No, I'm sorry. This is where the deer and the antelope don't play. Outside is where the deer and the antelope play. Inside is where Eric plays with his dolls. Let's go play dolls, shall we? I think we shall. Aha, here we go. I'm gonna have to lower these legs back down to there. Actually, just all the way down is fine. Yeah, all the way down here. Okay. Let's see who we have in the tank today. Ready to come out. Well, you have me, of course. The most important person of them all. The other all Kevin, get out here. My name's not Kevin, Tiffany. Just let me lean on you. See who else we have in here. Hi, everybody. I'm Mindy. This is my club. You might think it's Tiffany's club because she gets all the camera time around here, but that would be incorrect. It's my club, Mindy's club. Isn't that right, Tiffany? You're betcha, mother. You're my best friends. You girls aren't even friends. You're just a couple of sociopaths. Shut up, you horse. Shut up and get out of here. I'm not a horse. I'm a unicorn. Will you guys stop treating me like a wall that you lean against? That's what you're for, Kevin. Shut up. Mindy, could you talk? Shut up, Kevin. Miss Sasquatch. Unicorn, go away. I'm not away. I am a unicorn. Let's talk seriously. Let's talk seriously about screen time. Are you spending too much time looking at screen? Sasquatch, no. Sasquatch feel ya. Sasquatch also spends too much time looking at phone. I'm going to lower this again here. This is going to be a better way to do this, I think. Okay, now we'll pull there. There. Sasquatch look very handsome. Let me check Sasquatch hair. Sasquatch smell. You sure does, Squashcott. You smell terrible. You smell like the forest of stank. You don't smell very good yourself, stupid girl. I smell wonderful. I smell like almond milk and hot air balloons. You do smell like hot air balloons. Oh, hey, everybody. It's me. My name's DJ. How's that your dog? Your dog weird knees lady. My name is not Weird Knees Lady. Even if you think I have weird knees, why would my parents name me Weird Knees Lady? Because I also saw that you had such weird days. Stop that weird days, lady. I'm not going to listen to me. Well, you just did. I don't want to obey you. Look at your weird days. They're so weird. I just want to stop it with my toothpick hands. Anyway, my name is Donnie. I can't want to. Nobody can understand you. Will you just shut up, please? I don't know why you want me to. Hey, where's that stupid girl who stole my clothes? Oh, Sasquatch think you talk about Tiffany. Tiffany, huh? Well, where is this lady? What are y'all doing here? You're the lady who stole my clothes. I didn't steal your clothes, you dumb naked lady. I guess you lost her. I found her. I did not lose it. It was right on my body. I can't believe you're not even wearing any clothes. You just got arrested for, you just got arrested for showing these boobs. I'm not showing my boobs on purpose. You stole my dress. Well, go get another one, dumbass. Oh, boo. And then she took my clothes and she said, finders, keepers, and she just stole them. And I just wanted to report this crime to you, policeman. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can find the culprit. That dumb lady bothering you? Excuse me, are you the lady who stole this young woman's clothes? I didn't steal anything. She's just trying to use the police for her own business. It is my business because it's my dress and you stole it. Shut up! Get out of here, naked lady. You just arrested her for being so naked. Oh, she does have a point there, ma'am. I can't help but being naked because she stole my clothes. That's no excuse. That's no excuse, man, for public nudity. Okay? I'm going to take you downtown and throw you in the slammer. Throw you in the drunk tank. Oh, take her, throw a slammer to the ground and crack her head open. That's not what I said, miss. Well, that's what I heard. Okay. Enough playing with dolls. That was fun. See you later, Ross. Whew, that was warm as the Dickens. Maybe warm as the Dickens plus 100 degrees. So, okay, let's pull some bowls. Drink a little water. Feels good to spend a little time with my purse friends. The friends within the purse. So, obviously, even calling the police on Tiffany doesn't do any good. She called the police. They report that Tiffany had stolen her dress. And Tiffany ended up talking the cop into arresting her for being naked. Pretty unfair, but, you know, that's Tiffany's way. Everything Tiffany does is fair from her perspective. As far as I what do you mean it's not fair? It's totally fair to me. I got all of their stuff. It's supposed to be fair to both of us. In terms of silly action figure comedy, that was fun as a kid. Well, the thing is, my Mindy's Club shorts have got a lot better at a certain point. Like the early ones are kind of stilted, they don't necessarily work. The later ones are generally pretty good. He overexerted his FE paired with maybe SI or NI, I don't know. I mean, in that instance, was that FE? Kind of. I mean, I did want to be funny, but I was more enjoying myself. Might have been a little bit more FI. I think FE is what got me to stop. Strauss Olay, I didn't try to sell you fentanyl. God, stop lying. I was trying to sell you Percodan. Big difference. I was hawking perks. Hawking being the old usage of the word prior to Hawktua. It used to mean selling things. You know what else used to mean selling things? Monger. Like, I'm a fishmonger, meant I sell fish. I'm a Percodan monger, means I sell perks. Can souls bond intuitively almost instantly, or does it develop based on the individual? Prior to experiencing limerence with Rachel, I don't think I'd ever experienced something like that before. You're an attention monger. Yeah, you sell other people's attention, which you grab with your NI robot hand right on their balls, dragging them towards you. Pay attention to this ad. And say, okay. Just let go of my balls. Come on and let go of my balls. So what am I doing this evening? Am I just live streaming? Yeah, cold robot hand right on the nuts. Right on the scrot. I wish all of my skin were scrotum skin. So that like it would, when it's warm, it would all droop. And then when it's cold, it would all get all tight and bunched up. Wouldn't that be cool? Give him the old dick twist. That'll teach him. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing tonight. Maybe I'll cut this stream short here relatively soon and try recording a little something. Are elbows and nuts made of the same skin? I don't think so, because even though it's similarly wrinkled, this doesn't droop when it's warm and get all scrunched up when it's cold. The thing is, as far as I can think of, my scrot is the only part of my body that changes how it is based on the temperature. Or just in general, it changes how it is. Like, you might say, well, my sinuses sometimes change how they are. Sometimes I'm stuffed up and sometimes I'm not. But you might say my fingernails change how they are because they grow longer and shorter. But that's not changing in real time. That's slow growing. Do you know that every time you end stream, the economy goes into a recession? Is that what's going on? Is that the problem? Are you sure? Maybe also causing the inflation. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason necessarily for me to stop, except that it would probably be boring. Scrub skin is amazing how it has a mind of its own. And if you look at your scrub for a while, you'll notice that it's constantly writhing around a little bit, like a sea creature, a sea slug or something, sea cucumber. Has anybody ever eaten a sea cucumber before? And if so, do they taste the same as regular cucumbers? I hope so. You see faces in the skin sometimes. Fair. Ooh, that might be the demons. Sea slug. Yeah. You have eaten sea cucumbers. How do they taste, Benson's mom? Are they delicious? do you put a circle of them over each eye in the spa? They're flavorless and have an odd texture. That sounds horrible. Of course, Koreans had to get used to eating shit ingredients because under the Japanese occupation, Japanese stole all the good food. You Koreans have to eat stingray and sea cucumber. Haha, you have to eat sea cucumber. Now it's like they can't get enough of it. Like, well, once we got a taste for this horrible shit, we just can't stop eating it. Well, the reality is, like, lobsters don't look appetizing. We just have them associated with good taste, tasting good. Here's your pickled stingray and blood pudding. The Koreans, they like pickled stingray. It's like a bar food for them. Korean food, a lot of good Korean food out there. I like Korean barbecue a lot. Korean cold noodles, I'm not sure if I've had that before. But I like kimchi, some kimchi anyway. Korean food in South Korea when I was there was usually some bowl of broth with odd things floating in it. Weed. Mukwa. In North Korea, food is usually 3 grains of rice. You're an INTJ when you feel like Batman since you pretend. I think it's more ISTJ. All the little tools on the belt. It's very ISTJ. What's up, dude? Cha Vui. Not a whole lot is up. I'm live streaming. You're here. That's important. We've been waiting for you, Cha Vui. POV, point of view. I can see INTJs having, effective tools, but I've never felt like Batman. Cha Vui is the chosen one. Is that what Cha Vui means? Great, do a magic trick. Okay, you ready? You are money, that's true. All right, ready? There. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed my magic trick. I just watched the first 20 minutes of this and we'll go back to where I left off shortly. Just wanted to hop on here and say thank you so much for existing. Well, thank you so much for existing, J.A. Mariel. I greatly appreciate it. That's the only magic trick I know, Chabui. Maybe I have another magic trick. All right, pick a number between 1 and 100, including 1 and 100, but not including 0. Pick a number between 1 and 100. And once you've picked it, don't say it, don't tell me, but just say, I've picked it. Don't tell me what it is. Okay. So I'm going to give you 3 numbers. And let's see if it's one of these 3 numbers. 37, 53, or 73? I saw a video that said how if you ask people to pick between 1 and 100, I don't remember exactly what number it was, but it was some combination of 7, 3, I think. You can't pick a decimal point number first last, you cheater. Money got 37. See? Apparently, those are the numbers people most commonly pick. Maybe it was 37. Maybe it was, I think it was 37, but I don't know. The thing I mostly remember is they said that they picked 7 and 3 because it seems more random than like 50. But for real, peace be to all of you and your loved ones. Have a good night, boys. You too, Mukwa Milos. You have a great night. So 2 of you actually had 37? Wow. Pretty impressive, huh? I didn't know it would work like that, but 3 is between 1 and 5, 7 is between 5 and 9. That's true. It's also between 6 and 8. But I guess that's not really your point. So I had fun at the card club / poker room tonight. Their gambling there is so much better than the indie casino. For example, at the 3-card poker table, you can bet as little as $5. You don't have to bet 15, I think is the minimum at the Indian casino. And additionally, the dealer shows one of his 3 cards before you make your decision as to whether to play it or not, which can be helpful, you know. Hey, Eric, I have a polite question for you. Okay, you go ahead and ask me your polite question. You could also ask me a rude question if you'd like. Eric, how do you possibly think you have any FI failures? Well, because the things I regret most in life are situations that were failures that could be described as failing to put myself in the other person's shoes. Oh, is it a rhetorical question? Well, I want to have good FI. You know, I think I do now, but it doesn't mean I always have. And even now, when I say it's good, it means more or less means that I've been kind of traumatized into ultra cautiousness compared to my former expression of self. But it's also the case that even when I accomplish desirable outcomes, in other words, I don't do any harms because of failing to put myself in another person's shoes. It's still also the case that I'm probably not actually doing that. I suffer from that in my own way, Eric, says Ruben R. Really, how do you think our conversation would go if we were to have a set up time for whatever, just talk? I don't know. I'm just asking what would be the outcome win-win of like a talk between us at some face. I mean, I could record it and we can make a video if you want. You have a day and time you want? I do need to go check my email for another reason too. If I ignore this, I pull her. So, in other words, you're looking for them to provide cues as to their state of being rather than determining their state of being by putting yourself in their shoes. Okay, so no, I guess I didn't. Oh, do you know what's happening on Saturday, Eric? Tomorrow? There's a football game I want to watch, USC UCLA football game. I bet you're talking about something else. Is it Capybara Day or something? Is it International Capybara Day? That document doesn't exist. What time do you want? Tell me day and time and Nova 5. College football. College football. I mean, I don't think it's a delusion. It's everybody's reality that they have that they're so bad at their seventh law function that like you can't even conceive of me going through life without consciously FIing it all. Tomorrow at noon, that's fine. I love college football too. Let me put this on the calendar. Tomorrow at noon. All right, I will look up your email. Ananova. Ciao. Gmail. I don't like dealing with stuff. Fine. I will deal with things. What am I looking for? And then Nova. I don't see it, home fries. I do not see it. Send me an email. Because in the status quo, I don't think I have your email. So you're going to have to send me an email. Okay, I'll look for that. I don't have it. No, I do not. So let me see what this says here. Okay, but I'll just copy and paste this here as per Mia and put .com and then Mia and then copy. I accidentally pushed the wrong button. That's fine. I mean, it's not in my, I searched Gmail, it's not there. Maybe you used a different email? No, that's not what I want. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. There. Save and send. There you go, bro. There you go. I hope you're bro-haunting it with your Brosevic. That's what you're going to be broing down to Brostown tomorrow with me. Over. We're going to bro up, we're going to bro down, we're going to bro to either side. And when we're done broing, we're going to say sup, 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 back and forth to each other. I don't think so, Danny. I think you and I both know that letter C is probably where the magic comes from. What if you convene your own panel verse now and then and call it? I don't want to do a panel. I've done that plenty in the past. It's not my thing. I don't want to moderate a group of other people speaking less correctly and eloquently about things than I would. For some reason, I thought you were saying he'd take calls, but all of them at once, like 15 callers asking their questions simultaneously. A call-in show would be fine, but I mean, the thing is, you have to You know, some people are going to be like, inward, 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 just to get you. Maybe healing for both sides. What was funnier to you? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, well, whatever. I don't know if I we'll just play it by ear. We'll see how it goes. We just record the conversation. Also, you know, what used to be a term would be like suss you out, but now that means suspicious. The image of you trying to listen to 15 callers' questions at one time, impossible. I could not conceivably do that. I mean, you know, it's like you may think some other people, not J.A. Mariel, but some other people might think, well, Eric, that's awfully conceited of you or whatever to think that you're more interesting and correct than people you'd have on a panel. But it's just been my experience. It's like I have a higher standard for what I want the content to be than I'm going to get from random people spouting off random uninformed opinions. And I think to the extent that those communities thrive, it's because of like inter-community drama rather than because any kind of discussion occurs in that format. It's difficult, right? Especially if it's not structured. If you had it structured such that there was a timer on each person, they had a specific amount of time to talk, and then like on a topic, it would be more like a Congress round in debate. Congress isn't debate, but it still involves people taking turns talking about a given subject for a prescribed amount of time. But regardless, even if that were the case and you did have it structured properly, if you didn't pick the right people on the panel, in other words, if you don't have a panel that's full of uniformly interesting people with interesting things to say, then you'd be better off winnowing the panel down to those people who do. And sometimes if you don't know in advance who's going to be there, you can't possibly do that. That actually sounds fun. I'd love to be the village idiot who has a minute or two to make a ridiculous case and everyone has to listen. I mean, that's the only way you can meaningfully have a panel is if there's some stoplights and stop signs on the audio space roadways. Eric, can I arrange a chat with you Sunday? Sure. Absolutely. Well, thanks, Jay Mario. I don't, maybe, I don't know how one comes to believe such a thing exactly. Hi, Siler Anderson. First, last, it's time to make a mini government. A miniature government? I accidentally missed our last one? No. I scheduled one and you didn't come to it. Maybe because you never confirmed it either, so fair enough. But that's the last I remember us agreeing on a time. I didn't have one on the calendar. Yes, that's exactly what happened, which is fine. But I feel there should be some agenda or artifact to be discussed. Like here. Oh, I didn't even see it. I'm pretty iffy about checking my email. Eric, do you think Joyce was exaggerating NI during your and Spacey's typing sessions? I don't remember it at all, frankly. My bad. My bad. Home fries. Do you want to schedule a time right now? You want to pick a day and time as well? I can put it on the calendar. I can't tell you exactly all that I've experienced in an elaborate nutshell or box for you, but like it wasn't easy for my mind growing up. I think I know her type. Are you talking about Joyce Wang? What do you think her type is? That crazy Joyce Wang? What do you think? WRONG. I've noted her to be extremely wrong in typing other people. Extremely wrong. Like, shockingly wrong sometimes. Oh, you know J.A. Mariel's type? I do too. She is an inf. She's more stereotypically classic inf than Acacia, who's a little bit more of the wry variety of inf. Both very verbal. Out of all the Joker actors, who's your favorite of them, please? I don't know who's played the Joker. I know Heath Ledger's played it, right? And some other people, Joaquin Phoenix played it. I don't know. I don't care. I've not seen all those Joker movies. I've only seen maybe Heath Ledger's. If I'd seen them all, I probably would know and care, but I've only seen like one of them. Oh, Jack Nicholson, is that a choice as well? Can I pick Jack Nicholas, the golfer, instead? In some ways, it also reminds me of myself, like what you said about the purpose of your life being to show people their value and stuff like that. Well, what do you think makes a person not understand their values? Their value, I mean. Like if she's right and somehow I'm like not understanding my own value, then what is it like? Like, I mean, I don't know. I can't even conceive of it because, of course, how do I approach everything in life? By checking for correctness. And when I'm looking at subjectivities, the only way I have to check for correctness is to assume the worst possible framing of anything in order to avoid the likelihood of bias in my own favor. It may not make any sense as a means of parsing subjective data, but it is. So it's like if I have a feeling of guilt about something, then I evaluate to see if there's something I should feel guilty about. And there is, and I should. But instead of feeling guilty, I want to punish myself in some way. Who is my favorite superhero and why? I'm going to go with Wonder Woman because she has a lasso that makes people tell the truth. I appreciate that. Plus, she can block bullets with her wrists. She's got armored boobs. She does other things too. She got an invisible plane, but you can see her through the invisible plane, which kind of, I mean, it's still less visible than the whole plane in the sky, but people are gonna notice a lady in a colorful America outfit flying through the sky, sitting down like this and flying through the sky. I'm gonna take phone pictures of that and be like, "What's this lady doing in the sky? Is it a witch?" And then everyone will be like, "No, it's Wonder Woman." So I like Wonder Woman. Eric, you need to focus on bettering yourself. Develop some passion for something. Everything else will fall into place. All right. Thanks, Range Bender. I'll better myself. I'll pump some iron to make my muscles bigger. Then I'll put on some makeup to make myself all pretty. You know what, Padawan Range Bidder? You're shallow. I was a competition flow debate coach. MK for Matt, / director of a competition flow debate school / eventually also owner of a competition based school for a while. I'm not your grandfather. I've just got to self-actualize my purpose. I have to live in the moment. To live this moment like tomorrow will never come. Live each day as if it were your last. Go out and take a bunch of drugs all the time. That's what you do if it were your last day, obviously. You'd be like, well, nothing, might as well do whatever drugs now. Like, if the apocalypse is coming, like, the huge meteor is going to hit the earth and apocalypse everybody, might as well just get yourself hooked up with as many different drugs as you can find and just deal them. Here's my meta description based on my skeptical analysis. I'm Tyler Murphy, Metal Dragon, Capricorn, NI Dominant, 3rd Decan of Cap, Life Path 9, Humanitarian, Empath, Deep, Introvert, Extrovert, Intuitive. If I only had 10 seconds left to live, what would I do in those 10 seconds? I'd probably hug Rachel. Assuming Delilah's not here. If she were here, I'd hug the two of them. If an apocalypse happens, you want me on your team. Well, cool. Yeah, we'll go get hooked up. Okay, you just gotta find me in the apocalypse. When they say like 2 weeks until the apocalypse, like come on live stream, and be like, bro, it's time. And I'm like, okay, well, I got the money in a car if you've got the connections. But nobody will be taking money anymore. I'll just be like, why do we need money? Ruben R. says in his last 10 seconds he'd wash one more dish. Well, the title of this podcast, it says it all. Eric, I feel this basically 24/7 too. I'm a little lost for words right now. Just don't even know where to start. Well, I don't know if I'm feeling the unbearable lightness of being at the moment, but it is something I do feel periodically. I'm most likely to, I most self-awaredly feel it when I'm watching some moving cartoon or TV show where like the person thinks they're in trouble, but then their friend didn't abandon them and they come and together they fight and win the day. Like that kind of thing. I'll be like, oh, it's so beautiful. But the reason I titled it this is because I admitted to myself today for the first time in many years. I finally just had to admit it to myself. I used to always make fun of the title of that book, The Unbearable Lightness of Being. And I thought, what a horrible, like overly literary title. And the truth is, it's a great title. I can't come up with anything better to describe the thing that title describes. Yeah, the mental image of you hurriedly washing a dish is silly. If I ever watched Prison Break, I watched some of the first season, maybe like 7 episodes or 8 episodes of it or something, and it just started getting ridiculous. Like when he had to rescue the lady, and then he had to go through this really complicated way to get in. Then to get out, he just walked along this top of the ceiling over those things that you can just punch in like this. Okay, enough of this ridiculous show. Eric, the unbearable lightness of being is your FI. I have to scroll up. I think you probably said that in the part of the podcast I missed. I don't feel it all the time either, but I do feel it when I'm around others that I adore. Yeah, well, I am often struck by how lucky I am to have Rachel and how critical she is to my happiness and overall well being and ongoing well being and stuff. Well, Jay Mariel, this is where FI Polar comes in. I have a daughter that I basically never talk to. I just call her like maybe once a month, and she never calls me either because we're both FI Polar. She's an ESTP. But we both love each other a great deal. But oh, yours are babies, huh? Hi, Garrett Baker. It's going well. That's why INFPs have SE Polar. We don't want to be in the real world because it's too beautiful and it's too painful. I mean, I get what you're saying is it's so beautiful that it's painful, but it's both beautiful and painful. There's a time of my life when I was saying horrible, wonderful, horrible, wonderful a lot because I was very struck by how life at that time was filled with things that were very wonderful and things that were very horrible. But I feel myself kind of, I guess, cresting a bit of a hump. Like I do need to I need to get a little NI, right? Like the 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 challenge for me is not exactly the SE, it's more the NI of knowing which of many different possible things I might direct myself to that I actually singularly want to direct myself to. Again, that's somewhat FI too, but and Anova says my girlfriend I think is either ESFP, ESFJ, or maybe even ENFJ. Those three are all very different types. Um, she loves you. It's intense. Maybe this does have to do with loss of parents. I think FI is love and sadness. Love and sadness at the same time, at all times. The beauty of life and the awareness of how close to death it is linked. Yeah, there's I mean, you can never feel the incredible significance of life until you're more closely aware in a more like real way of your own mortality. So when you're a little kid, life's very for me. I had kind of a magical childhood in some ways. Um, I had very loving parents who also were very responsible parents, and they both lived till their 80s. And I had a good group of friends and not a lot of toxic people in my life, stuff like that. But I have a lot of self-inflicted damage during my adulthood, both from being a drunk and picking bad relationships, and I guess that's it, really. Also maybe having having some substance abuse problems besides just alcohol, I guess. Wow, Cardano's up another 28%. I think any is about knowing the magic once existed, but kind of forget it. Thought you know it exists. Um, well, I mean, I know what it's like to be in an intuitive flow state, which is to say, like, to be excited about a creative project such that I'm motivated by my enthusiasm for the project, my confidence in its value. As I've gotten older, I've been and this was happening somewhat, but not really that much, but still somewhat before any shit went down, which is um I started to think, okay, I have to make sure that whatever it is I'm working on is promising. Don't just start fiddling around with random shit. Well, you know who has it is Cameron. He bought, I think, like $800 worth back when I originally was saying you should buy it, or around that. He bought it like 55 cents or something. So, good for him. He called me, asked me like, hey, do you have any opinion about how high it's gonna go? I was like, man, I don't know. Crypto's too volatile for me. I'm looking for the magic. I know it's here. I remember it, but I don't know. Oh, right. Well, the magic I'm remembering and referencing isn't that far back. It's more like since I quit drinking, but before my parents died, I was I had uh, a lightness about me that let me play as a child plays more successfully. But when to some extent one can't wish to still be a child. One can't wish purposefully to still be a child after the end of innocence, right? So, I think that basically we can sum up the problem as this: I'm being a baby. Well, that's probably a good idea, Rubenar. We should be children forever. Wouldn't it be nice if I could party like I was a little baby kid? Yeah, stop meow spamming. Is that English I'm speaking? Yes. I'm not your boy, though. I should say that. Okay, Slugger? You hear me, Tiger? I hope you understand. Chief. Show Meteor. You just think lovely, wonderful thoughts, Peter exclaimed, and they lift you up in the air. Right. Lovely, wonderful thoughts. Jenna Toles. Hello. I'm glad you're new. Eric, do you think in principle? I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Depends what I'm thinking about. If you mean like, do I operate frame first on certain kinds of questions? Yeah. But, I understand how like subjective questions can't be answered. You can't make status determinations about subjective questions with objective metrics. Hi, your fave Molly. Welcome. And it's correct. You are my fave, Molly. You're my fave Molly of them all. Human Mollies. I mean. You can't compete with the chemical. So that's not fair to expect anyone to compete with that. Best possibility. Well, for subjective things, like depends on what kind of question I'm being asked. For example, if somebody's asking me about how I feel about something, then I'm likely to say, well, it's hard for me to determine exactly how I feel sometimes, but I would suspect that given this, and that if I were going to feel anything, it would be frustration, anger, or maybe depending on whatever it is, Why don't you vape instead of smoking cigarettes? I quit smoking cigarettes back at the end of April and was quit until, I don't know, a week or two ago. And then I started smoking again because I didn't like vaping. The weird thing is that I started smoking again after getting prescribed Wellbutrin, which is what they prescribe to get people to stop smoking. I don't want to stop again. At least not right now, MK format. I like smoking, and well, I know it's not exactly good for you, but the thing is, it was kind of depressing me not smoking. It made me feel old to not smoke. Because the only reason I quit smoking was because, well, my lungs are getting cashed, etc. I'm getting too old for this. But I don't like being too old to be me anymore. You know, I like being me, and I'm me, the me who I am. Or do you run through what you were going to say in your mind before you talk, or do you hear what you say without being aware of what you were going to say? I know that. I mean, I guess I kind of am aware of what I'm going to say as I say it. Like the process of saying all the words out loud is the same as the process of understanding what all the words mean for me. If I, that doesn't mean, however, that some of the things I'm saying out loud are not things I've thought about before starting the stream. So I was thinking a lot in the car on the way home. I was also listening to music, but I was thinking about, this. Well, like, in Alcoholics Anonymous, they say one of the promises of Alcoholics Anonymous is that you'll be happy, joyous, and free. So I was thinking a lot about how you could put it as this, that I failed to be happy, joyous, and free in the same way that I was when after I quit drinking alcohol, but before the big life change. So I was thinking about how to recapture that, what that means, etc. I have not seen it. I don't think MK for Matt. No, I haven't seen it. I watched now the first episode of this show called Your Honor on Netflix. Oh my God, it's so intense. It is so intense. It's got Bryan Cranston in it, the guy from Breaking Bad and Malcolm in the Middle. And it's just, the first episode is so intense. It's like I want to keep watching it, but it's also like a little bit too intense for me to watch it and like to binge it. I couldn't even watch the whole. Yeah, I know. Don't talk about it though. Don't spoil it at all. I am gonna probably continue watching it. So what is your point of view or emotion behind the idea or maybe even concept of love? Eric, by the way, there's like a lot of footage of you interacting with your parents and your perk sound. Okay, you're going to be very literal here and you're going to hate that word, but my gosh. Yeah, well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I was definitely not the person, but the thing is, I get intellectually that I was satisfactory. I could have been a lot worse. But I also have memories of specific instances where I was kind of oblivious but like realized in the moment, like, oh, my dad's trying to reach out. But he was hard to read. It's like those specific instances that I recall when I did fail, they create psychic wounds. Whether they should or not, I mean, it's not like I'm advocating in favor of my perspective on things, saying that this is how I should feel or something. I would like to not feel that way anymore. I not to get all religious or anything, but I prayed for forgiveness and I prayed or assistance in forgiving myself. I'm all out of ideas. It's subjective stuff. What else are you going to do about it? I don't know. It's like, to the extent that I needed to be punished for this, I have punished myself plenty at this point. And, you know, it represents the reemergence of a behavior that I last experienced when I was still drinking. When I used to be when I was drinking, I'd get up every morning and say, I didn't say I hated myself, but I'd say, I wish I were dead, I wish I were dead, I wish I were dead. Or I will win. Then I'd say, shame and anxiety, shame and anxiety, shame and anxiety. I will win. Shame and anxiety, I wish I were dead. You know, there's Smith, shoot me in the head. And I am a IHM, I hate myself. They're not just the expressions, but each of them has a shorthand as well. So obviously it's a bad habit. And I need to stop being a baby. That's what it boils down to. I'm sure as a therapist, you're going to agree with my prescription here. The way to fix this problem is for me to stop being a baba. Stop being a baba. God. Get out of here, body. You're being a baba. Fair enough. I guess I am being a baby.
Do you know the password to Netflix?
No.
Okay. I was gonna watch it on my phone.
Okay. Could you watch it on a laptop?
On which laptop? The one upstairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would still need the password though, I think.
No, just log in to Chrome as me and go to Netflix.
Okay, let me make sure I can do
And that should work.
Okay.
If it doesn't work, I'll try to figure it out.
Alright.
I don't mind it when Tiffany insults me. That's not me engaging in negative self-talk. That's Tiffany being awesome. That's different. I'm not worried about being a baby. I have long accepted that I am a baby. I'm not just any baby. I'm a pretty princess. Hi, Nancy, for you. You know your dad wouldn't want you guilty. As an ESTJ felt responsible for you, he would feel responsible for your pain. He wouldn't want you to dwell. It's over, move on, he would say. He would say that. He'd say, stop being such a baba. I know, but that was just, I get it. You're never going to convince me to pretend as though the failures weren't there. You know? Well, they never stopped being there for me. They helped a lot raising my daughter. They were just wonderful. Wonderful people. I'm not that good of a person. Well, I mean, it's just a generation thing, really. I was never going to be the same kind of person my parents were. Or where were they? Not just ESTJ and ISFJ, but very responsible people with a great work ethic. Now, my work ethic actually was pretty darn good for my professional life. I worked plenty hard. I'll give myself that. But I wasn't responsible like they were. I wasn't smart about planning and stuff. I was always just like, I just got to get through this week. I just got to get through. I shouldn't be thinking about 10 years from now, 20 years from now, shit, you know. Oh, I'd want her to just forget about it and move on as best as possible. I mean, the thing is, the difference is, Delilah and I both know what FI polar means. Sometimes you got to live life one day at a time. Sure, yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, being the benefactor beneficiary relationship is not a good relationship. I mean, I don't have this problem with Ruben, but the thing is, I'm not the beneficiary in that relationship. The benefactor isn't necessarily the one. The benefactor has the choice, right? It's like I get to either be happy or sad with this relationship. The beneficiary is like, don't I get to judge too? No, you're fine. We don't need to worry about what you have to say about this, Ruben, okay? Just pipe down. We don't need your contribution. I'm not listening to you. You're my beneficiary. My dad could not listen to me at all. He did not listen to me. I remember one time I was talking to him about, depression and stuff and old people depression and how mushrooms were very effective. I showed him a video that was about this place that gave mushrooms to these old people who had lost a spouse or whatever. And it was like, okay, well, who can I talk to about this? I said, me, Dad. You can talk to me about it. It's like, no, he wants to, he'll it's just like, yeah. Son, private property. You touched my cereal. Okay, Dad. I get it. You finished first in your class at Dickwad University. Son, you're not going to talk to me like that. Sorry, Dad. You got a doctorate in being a dickwad, though. What do I think of the new Kendrick album? I'm not sure what's on the new Kendrick album. If it's like most Kendrick albums, I'm sure it's too self-indulgent. Ideas aren't tightly meowed enough. Private property is what he'd say. Like, yeah, no, you need to respect private property, son. This is my cereal. Get your own cereal. I'm like, okay, Dad. My bad. Or more like, Rachel's bad. She shouldn't have eaten a bowl of your cereal. I will go yell at her mercilessly. I bought a dragon knife in Wisconsin Dells today, by the way. It's a symbolic purchase of my Chinese type of metal dragon. So kind of cool. I've met a lot of dragons today. Cool. Eric, your dad sounds honestly quite difficult by most people's measure. And the fact that you just look at his quirks is so silly, is so loving of you. Yeah. I mean, he didn't like to have any of his stuff touched at all. Like, yeah. I remember one time he went out of town and like when he came back, I had put this piece of furniture that I had moved back, right? But I hadn't put it quite back exactly where it had been before. And he noticed that I had moved it. And he was like, "Yeah, I'm not upset or anything, but just why did you move that?" I said, "Because I was making a video inside, Dad, and I had to move it out of the way." Okay, well, glad you put it back. He was kind of fair in that regard. You know, he would tolerate like this end table being 2 inches further to the left. He would notice it, but he wouldn't be upset about that. But like if I took something out of the garage and didn't put it back, oh, heavens to Betsy. Heavens to Betsy. Not acceptable, Eric. Ah. And then the next time I go in there, I see the thing on it with a piece of tape written on there. Return to garage or stays in garage or something. Your body rejects alcohol and drugs. Wow, what a prude your body is. Oh, Nancy for IU is a bot. Oh, he was not fascinated. The best word would be disappointed and disgusted. You'd like to smoke with me? Oh, Nancy for you is real, huh? Muggus? Well, if you were smoking with me, you'd currently be smoking Jack Herrera. It's too cloggy. You've got to unclog your heart till the love's coming. Poofed. Well, thank God you are who you are. The world didn't need Eric to be M-N-E-S-T-J. Well, thanks, J.A. Mario. I appreciate your efforts. It's very nice of you. I do have to take calculations of what I'm going to buy for myself, so that's interesting. Thank you for whatever that insight was. Lol. Is that your TI? What insight are you talking about? That time I said, don't forget to wash behind your ears. That's more SI. Go in nature, create music, paint, act like an idiot. My dad bought me my first car when I was 16, actually a little before that, when I got my learner's permit. And then he paid for my college and even directed me towards LA County Office of Education, which is where he worked through to get a job. Then after that, I segued away from his career area, which was special ed, and into regular ed, English teaching, and then debate coaching, which is what was my calling, Well, hot damn slaps knee. That had nothing to do with them, but I mean, they were supportive enough of my debate competition in high school, I guess. Not that they ever went to see me compete or anything, but they didn't get in the way. What was my dad like when I was a kid? He was great, you know. He took me to do all kinds of things, more things than I wanted to do, you know, like a lot more things than I wanted to do. But nevertheless, lots of things when he was a kid. Well, you know, he was, you know, my aunt says he always included her in everything. And he did that same thing with me. I know that he was basically the man of the family after his dad left when he was young. And his mom was a ninny. I remember Ruth when I was a kid. She was a ninny. What did my dad like to do? Oh, the things he took me to do. We went skiing, we went fishing, we went to Hawaii, we went snorkeling, we went boogie boarding, we went deep sea fishing, and, you know, lake and river fishing. He took me to the swap meet with him. I mean, we had rental properties. He'd take me to the rental properties to help him do work on them, clean them up and stuff. And he'd tell me to do the mow the lawn and stuff, and take out those little trash cans. I put them in the big trash can. I don't know. That's what my dad was like. He he was fine. He was cool and everything, but he also drank quite a bit, you know. But he was never like, I don't remember really ever seeing my dad drunk, you know. He he just he drank a lot of alcohol though. Like he'd come home from work and he'd pour himself a full glass of wine, drink the whole thing down in like one drink, and then pour himself a second glass of wine, which he'd sip on and through dinner. First thing when he walks in the door, you know. Then at some point he quit drinking completely, and then he started up drinking again. Except when he started up drinking again, he drank like responsibly, like he just drank one beer a day or something. Do you think ENTP can trigger ESTJ third? Um, I just think that the nature of the benefactor beneficiary relationship is when it comes to what my nature is, he wants all stuff in that area to be coming from him. So my nature is to extrovertedly intuit. He's third slot. He wants all extroverted intuition in the room to come from him. Then my tool function, introvert thinking, is ignoring on him. So it matters to him. Like if you catch him being inconsistent or contradicting himself, he'll be very like, but he's not considering those things when he's considering things. He's considering how to get from A to B, right? So it's like my TI is always getting in the way of his TE by saying, wait, let's check legitimacy before we do this ordinated thing. And my extroverted intuition is always trying to steal his extroverted intuition's stage, right? And my extroverted feeling is his least conscious and defensive function. He's going to feel uncomfortable when prodded to FE, you know? And he's not going to be offering a whole lot of FE, cueing, back patting, etc. You're always trying to steal my FE stage. You mean you're always trying to be liked more than me? Ruben, screw you. Hi, dirty chicken. So what makes you dirty? Is it your lack of hygiene or your sexual energy? Teacher, painter, car repair hostess. Teacher, painter, grundle tainter. Teacher, painter, grundle tainter. And be like, check out these NIs, Eric. Check out these NIs. I like your NIs a lot, Ruben. I think they're great. They're very, they're business class. The painting segued perfect into the grundle tainting. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Ruben. I think you're right. I think that is the takeaway from this whole stream is teacher, painter, grundle tainter. I guess I have a dirty mouth. Maybe I'm like the chicken. You're just an unhygienic chicken. Okay, cool. Well, let me ask you this. Do you want me to squirt you off with a hose? Or is that going to be too aggressive of a bath for you? How do chickens take baths anyway? They just take dust baths. I remember now. They go in the dust and get the dust all over them. My favorite job was working at the deli. I mean, I like the debate coaching, sure, but as far as just the job goes, I really liked working at the deli. I'd like to work at a deli again. You like to bathe and poop, huh? Well, you need to change your bathing habits, dirty chicken. Close by the bottom of your heart. Like below the bottom of your heart, to the left of the bottom of your heart. I want to have both a latitude and a longitude line, okay? That crosses your heart. Yeah, my dad was into garage sales. Swap meet, especially, but garage sales too. I have an opinion on the Jake versus Mike fight. I suspect there might have been a little bit of fixing, but I could be wrong. From other people that he seemed to have problems with his legs. My legs are bucking. My name's Mike Tyson and my legs don't buck. I was thinking slightly, that was a terrible Mike Tyson imitation. I'm sorry, Mike Tyson. I really did you a disservice there. That sounds nothing like you. I wish, but I'm addicted. I love being dirty too much. Should work there again and lift weight. Smoke $2,000 per ounce weed and reenact American Beauty. Oh, no, thank you. That no weed is worth $2,000 an ounce. That would be insanity to spend that much money on weed. In general, I don't like to buy weed. I'll buy edibles because I can't really make good edibles. A nice package of gummies go a long way sometimes. I don't necessarily dislike going to garage sales or thrift stores or whatever. That's where I got this table, this wonderful table. These fold down, by the way. It's a great little table. It's got a little thing on it. Underneath you can put things on, you know. Longitude minus 0.168. I mean, latitude minus 0.168. Longitude minus 0.8 degrees. Cool. So, wait a second. Is that totally not even on your heart? Or is that from center? Is that from the center point? If that's from the center point, okay. But if that's not even on your heart, I call foul, mister. I call, hey, you're taking advantage of my ignorance about longitude and latitude. You want me to play a song? I will play a song. I will play. Eric, do you think Rachel could kick my ass? I don't know. But Rachel's not really that much of a badass in that regard, I don't think. But it depends. Does Rachel get to have a knife? Bar hopping by yourself is so bold. That's good. What was it? What am I going to play? Oh, right. You might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking games, but it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose and lots to gain. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't black and I ain't yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that can fan my flame. A blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, it's cover of a Merle Haggard song called White Boy. It's that rollicking little country jam, you know? And maybe a little bit of a racist song, but, you know, I didn't write it. Merle Haggard wrote it. Let's see. What do I want to play next? I think I could play next. I think I'll play this next. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Ascending sparks are soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves, where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks of soul Floating forms of vivid mind, figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. Okay, that was pretty good. Yes, I wrote that song. Now I'll play another song that I wrote as well. It's called Gerald Has a Thought. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work after right. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plan would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless, so how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for an name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. $50K is a good chunk of change. I agree. You're going to give me $50K? Hey, Gibbs, thanks. I appreciate it. Yes, just send me a check in the mail. Sounds good. I'll look forward to that $50,000. Or unless you're going to send me 50,000 euros. Even better, 50,000 Bitcoin. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. I felt as though I played that very well. I didn't play it too fast, which I'm sometimes guilty of doing. I'm going to hit that about as well. I'm going to hit it. I don't know if it might have like distorted because of levels coming into the camera. That's possible, but I do think I played it very, very well. Okay, well, I'm going to take a bong rip after I go outside and smoke a cigarette. Because you need to think not just about yourself and me, but also about Philip Morris. Thanks, Rachel. You're my beautiful darling. I appreciate having a nice hero to me. All right, yes, I was better than my other women. They were all like pretty shitty. Some of them more shitty than others. But, you know, Rachel is head and shoulders above them all. By a million infinite miles is she better than them all. She's better than all of them combined. Although, to be fair, I think all of them combined is worse than any one of them by themselves. So, it's easy enough to be. If you're better than any one of them, which she is by infinite miles, then you're obviously better than all of them combined. It is getting pretty chilly. Is it too chilly for the aloe vera plant outside right now? Well, it's gotten some rain now for a couple of minutes. It's playing Singing in the Rain, aloe vera style. Let's look at it. The Merle Haggard one was your favorite. It is a good song. It's an excellent song. And I played it well tonight because, again, I didn't play it too fast. It's not always the reason I play something well, but in both those instances it was tonight. Yeah, okay, I'm done out here already. It's cold. Take me back inside. All right, Mr. Aloe Vera. I told you my name's Alfred Logan Vera. Oh, sorry, Alfred Logan Vera. I guess he's a Spaniard or something. That's a Spanish last name, Vera. Like Veracruz. Yeah, I'm a Spaniard. What of it, you racist? I'm not being racist against you Spaniards, okay? I'm just saying. Well, what of it? What are you saying? I'm just saying you're from Spain. I'm not even from Spain, you asshole. I'm from Mexico. I don't even believe you anymore, aloe vera plant. You're just talking shit now. They do have aloe vera. They put it in all kinds of stuff. They put it in shampoo. They put it in like lip, like chapstick. They put it in aloe vera. Well, that was pretty exciting. We got to be a good plant husbander. Because, if you are talking about raising animals, it's called animal husbandry. So, accordingly, I'm raising the aloe vera plant. I'm providing important life lessons. I'm nurturing the aloe vera plant. I'm teaching it right from wrong. I'm explaining that it shouldn't steal things from the supermarket. Because, yeah, it was a klepto when it was younger. Like a lot of toddlers. But a series of stout spankings cured him of that. What do you want? God, you fascist. You are such a fascist. I could play When the Man Comes Around. This fascist dictator somebody needs to put a stop to his ways. Okay, mein Führer, let me get you some more cat food. All right, Kapil. Let's not play stand at the door. Stand at the door out. You got two choices, and they're the opposite of each other. One is stay inside, the other is go outside. Which are you going to do? You can't do both. You're staying inside? Okay. You're staying inside because I'm tired of waiting for you. Now I need to eat some food. What am I going to eat? I guess Rachel must have figured out the Netflix. All right, what am I gonna make? I guess I'll just Oh, God. Let me think about it for a second. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. So I could make bacon, or I could make just microwave food. I'm kind of inclined to make bacon. Rachel, do you want any bacon? Oh, you figured it out, but you're still here anyway? You should, I would have expected you to be watching Netflix. No, not Netflix, Ruben. That's stop spamming your own personal websites around here. Netflix.com. It's all videos of people's nuts. Bunch of people going, showing their nuts and saying, "These are my nuts." Kind of like the I Am America commercials. America's nuts. I am America's nuts. I am America's nuts. I am America's nuts. Each of them says that while showing their nuts. Wrote his gayest art project of 2024. America's Nuts brought men from all backgrounds together to show their nuts and to share the testicular diversity that is our great nation. Bacon voted #1 use of pork, infinite years running. Bacon should be a staple of everyone's diet. But it's expensive. But this bacon was on sale. It was on sale, so we got 3 packages. I freeze the bacon anyway, so I don't. As long as it's still within date when I get it, it's just gonna go straight in the freezer. Which, in case you don't know, retards spoilage. Would you like to retard spoilage? You would? Well, I recommend freezing bacon. Quit retarding your spoilage. But Mom, I said knock it off. But it's going out of date. It's fine. You eat it tonight for dinner. I don't want to eat it for dinner. I want retarded spoilage. Mister, you're not going to use that kind of language around here. Okay? We do not retard spoilage. We special needs spoilage. We differently able spoilage. It's hard to leave. Oh, you don't want any bacon? All right, cool. I get to eat all the bacon myself. Yeah, I'm even more possessed when I'm on mushrooms. I'm not possessed on mushrooms right now. Unfortunately, I'm on this many mushrooms. 0. Nah, he bored as fuck. I'm actually not feeling particularly bored right now. I'm making some food. I'm chatting with y'all. Easy BCLS is here. That's always exciting. Hey, how's it going? Brohan, Brosevic, homie, home fries, dog. Mr. Man. Is Mr. Man something that they say in the street? Sup, Mr. Man? Sup? What did I do with the miggity meow? What did I do with the miggity meow? I must have plugged it in around here someplace. Now I can't find this miggity meow. Oh, maybe I left it outside if that's the case. Let's find it outside then. See if it is outside. These tricky phones, what they don't tell you when you buy the phone is that you have to plug it into the wall to make it all filled up with electricity. Right? Nobody mentioned that when I bought it. I thought it just stayed like this forever. Why don't they make it nuclear powered or something? Then I wouldn't have to, oh no, that's fine. I'll eat all that bacon myself, darling. You don't need to worry one speck about that. You want me to eat all the bacon? No problem. But if you do decide you want a piece or two of bacon, because it's going to smell really good and you're going to feel left out of the bacon parade, then you can come down and help yourself. Don't be left out of the bacon parade. Reserve your spot in the bacon parade today. This year, for the bacon parade, we're dressing up as bacon. Oh my gosh, we're also dressing up as bacon. Well, we're going in the frying pan. These are the various floats that you might see at the bacon parade. All right, let me get my glasses so I can read the chat. Oh, they're on my shirt. They were right here the whole time. A piece or two would be great. Okay, cool. I'm going to say I am disappointed with yourself. Aren't you really disappointed in yourself? I think so. I think so, preposition, if you preposition user. Or maybe you're just disappointed around yourself. I'm so disappointed around myself. Maybe that's what I'm experiencing. Just disappointment around myself. Hi, Karat. Hi, Hank Gibbs. We're not going to fry any eggs. I don't have any eggs. But what I am going to do is toast some toast. I'm going to start with regular bread. I'm going to end up with toast. So, fair to say that we're toasting eventual toast. No, you're wrong about it. I'm sorry. You picked the wrong hill upon which to make your last stand. These breads shall transform from breads into toast. Inside a certain device that we have called a toaster oven. That makes toasting a breeze. I'm going to get 4 toasts. Rachel might want to toast 2. So maybe I should make 5 toasts. But I want 4 toasts for myself. Alright, let's get another toast out for Rachel. French toast with the bacon grease. Well, you still need eggs for French toast. You're not bypassing the lack of eggs by suggesting French toast. You're just repurposing them into the thing that you dip the breads into instead of cooking it directly in the pan by itself. Alright, you bacon, come apart now. There's no reason for you to cling together like ignored spaghetti in the pot. They clung to one another like ignored spaghetti. Not today, bacon. Not on my watch. You're not gonna start hanging out with the wrong friends, these pasta characters from the Italian side of town. I don't know about them. They say they're spaghetti, but you know, they say they're angel hair. I say spaghetti. No, it's angel hair. So that's how, this is what the hairs of an angel look like. Like very thin little sticks. Oh, so beautiful. My beautiful angel hair. You know what kind of cake angels eat? They obviously eat angel's food cake. And, for those of you who don't know, there's also a devil's food cake. I'm not sure what the difference is. I think a devil's food cake is less soft and spongy. Like ignored spaghetti. Like ignored pasta. They clung together like ignored pasta. Yeah, you have to stir it, otherwise it gets clumped together. Hello, bacon, my old friend. I've come to cook you up again. I'll cook you up with things like this here pan. And I'll turn each piece by hand. You know what the #1 most popular song on Chappy Tracks is? For those who don't know, Chappy Tracks is a playlist of great songs. The playlist is like 190 songs long or something. It goes up and down here and there. I mean, it goes up generally, but periodically I'll cut some things. I'll give things a trial run and I'll cut some things off the list. Anyway, you know the single most popular song is on Chappy Tracks? Rachel, who knows the list, I want you to guess. Those of the rest of you who know what kind of music I like, maybe you can randomly guess, but you don't know Chappy Tracks well. Why is angel hair so short? It's not short, it's narrow. Each hair is very narrow. So, K.E., this might be of interest to you. Did you hear about the real Sarah Ali thing? What's my favorite food? Depends on my mood, but I mean, I really like the corned beef hash, eggs, hash browns, and white toast meal at Sportsman's Cafe that I get every time. So anyway, there's this lady named Sarah Ali who made this video way back in the day, maybe like, I don't know how long ago, maybe let's say 10 years ago. And what it was, she just basically ripped the audio from, or maybe even the whole video, plus the audio, of this Muslim preacher reciting the Quran for 10 hours, right? But then she mixed into it these affirmations that she wanted to say to herself. Things like, Owen Brown will come back to me. Owen Brown loves me. It's easy for me to swallow pills. Because I guess she had trouble swallowing pills too. Anyway, people for a long time, because of the weirdness of this robotic lady voice, like, you know, she got an AI voice to say it, and the lowness of the mix that these affirmations were in with the Quran, people didn't know what to make of it. Like, people were saying, oh, it's a cursed video and stuff like that. Anyway, finally, this Sarah Ali person got into contact with some random YouTuber, but a big name one, like, you know, he's got a couple million subs. His name's Randa or Ralda or something like that. And do I pick you? I want to tell you my story. And the guy verified that it was in fact that account. Successfully they proved that it was them. And the explanation was kind of crazy because the person said one thing, but it implies another thing entirely. Like, what the person said was that she was a Christian woman who was listening to the Quran because she had Muslim friends who had told her it was a good way to get rid of her evil eye or devil's eye. And at the same time, she was trying to manifest things, and she basically wanted to kill two birds with one stone. She had to listen to the Quran because it would root out her jealousy or something like that. But she also wanted to listen to these manifesting affirmations, and so she combined them into one thing, right? Of course, the reality is she definitely wasn't a Christian woman, because why would a Christian woman listen to 4 hour at a time chunks of a 10-hour recording of the Quran to get rid of herself of the evil eye because some of her Muslim friends suggested it to her is silly. But what seemed very obvious to me, having watched the whole video on that story by the guy, was the YouTuber that they chose. I conclude that basically she's married now to some Muslim guy, not named Owen Brown, whom she met at York University. And I don't know if she married him recently or less recently, it's just hypothesizing by me. He found out about this video, which I guess had inflamed the Muslim world at some point. All the Muslims saying this is evil, no. So, I think he found out about this, that his wife had done this thing. She didn't even know. She had been completely unaware that this thing had gone completely viral because people thought it was so weird, right? Like, what kind of weird kind of horror movie shit is this? Owen Brown will obey my every command. Owen Brown loves me. It's like, what kind of psycho shit is this, right? But anyway, I think her husband found out about it, and he's like, oh my God, we have to play defense here. We need to tell people, number one, that it was a Christian woman who made this video, not a Muslim woman, to throw the pace off of you. And number two, to throw the scent off of you. And number two, we need to say that Owen Brown died in a car crash, because I don't want anybody tracking down Owen Brown and bringing your ex-boyfriend into our lives, etc. So I think that's what happened. But I think the person who contacted the YouTuber was very dumb, because even though the YouTuber didn't draw all the conclusions I did, didn't do any interpretation. Just let the person tell their story and kind of reacted to its craziness, but they didn't pose speculative notions like I'm posing now, right? But it seems like it's not that tough of an intuitive leap to make. The story I'm telling makes so much more sense than the version of the story they told. So I found it to be one of the best videos I've watched in a long time, because it's such a crazy thing happening, this internet mystery, this person contacting this YouTuber and all that stuff. It was just fascinating to watch. Aw, snap, says the internet. All right. Well, you know what? The internet can have its way. You can't stop the internet from having its way. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna take off this jacket because it's hot. We got heavy rain going on right now outside, but I don't even hear anything because this house is pretty soundproof. Let me straighten you out. You guys need to stop slouching like that. All right, there. I pulled you back up on screen now.
I had trouble.
Yeah.
Can I take my couple of bacons?
Oh, yeah, sure. I got you a bread, too.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, but if you want to take it with you, you need to get a dish because there's not any more paper plates.
Yeah, no. I'll just take a paper towel.
No, get a dish. Get a dish, you know. The bacon's a little bit greasy, so get a dish and take a bread with you, too. I made you a bread. You can take 2 of these breads, no problem.
That bread would be enough, I think. Thank you.
I wonder how many of them realize they are big old trees. What are big old trees? Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Giant sequoias. I love you too, darling. Whoops, it's almost 5 a.m. I think what you meant to say at first class was, whoops, there it is. Whoops, there it is. I'm stuck eating bore me. Yeah. It's a better option than fish. Trouble, you better not meow at me again. At this point, even you have to realize that I have watched you eat enough. But eat my plate is nothing but nutrients. It's bacon and bread. There's not any wasted calories on non-foods like fruit and vegetables. Well, easy BCLs, I will point out that God is very wrathful. Jesus is the forgiving one. My favorite type of fishing is trout fishing. Exactly, Carrot. What Carrot's saying, vegetables are for pigs. Well, this isn't a dish that requires ketchup, but I wouldn't object to ketchup in theory, you know. There you go, you big pig. The cat's smart. He won't eat vegetables, but he'll eat bacon. Or spam too. But I like it in certain capacities. Like spam fried rice is great. There you go. This cat knows what's up. He's chowing down on his bacon. My other cat doesn't eat people food. Good morning. New Stephen Evans. No, if God were also forgiving, then Jesus would be redundant. You want more bacon? You are one entitled cat. Like if I don't give him some food quick enough, he'll try to like climb up to where the food is and just get it himself. I have bread too. He's not doing the whole between thing. You want more bacon? All right, here. This soft part. Anytime you like bass fishing, I mean the thing is, like catfish or gar, I would like ocean fishing except I get super seasick. Mm. Easy B, CLF. Jesus is the Son of God. Am I an extension of my Father? No. I'm my own man, okay? Stop telling me how to live my life, Dad. Here you go, bacon hound. I won't get salmonella? No, I won't. No salmonella for me. Salmonella. Also, no E. coli. I've said no to E. coli. Like my Native American forefathers before me, I'm going to adopt a diet of nothing but dirt clods, little rocks, and sticks. Twigs, more like. You never get E. coli or salmonella if you just subsist on dirt clods, twigs, and little rocks. It's a diet I call the appendix special. That's how come I got my appendix out probably. I was eating too many dirt clods. Hi, 966. Well, Hank Gibbs, I'm not going to lie to you. I've never fished for anything successfully other than trout or bluegill. You know, little fish, like little sunfish or whatever. I've never caught a bass. I've never caught a gar. Oh, well, I have caught carp and koi fish in the lake at the Arboretum when I was a kid. They would very easy to catch them because people would feed them, you know. So when you put your bait in, they just go right after it. Well, Vishal Palav, I am old because it's what you need right now. You see, I'm just a non-player character. who exists as an ancillary moment in your life, and to provide you this wonderful insight here that I exist. If you check under the old mine, you might find a quest waiting for you. What do you think, Bishop? Have you checked under there? Was Jesus black? No. He was white with blonde hair and blue eyes, long blonde hair. Have you ever seen a picture of Jesus before? He spoke perfect English. He might have had a slightly British accent, but he was an American. He probably just spent some time living in Britain. It wasn't even so much that he had a British accent, he used some British words, like he called his hut in Jerusalem his flat. Hi, Indigo. I'm also wishing you the best. Reciprocal good well-wishings accomplished. I was awakened by the cold. After practicing stoic manliness for an hour, I made myself a single egg. No, Bishop Love, that wasn't Jesus in the NBA. You're thinking about Helen Keller. One of the lesser known, but more interesting stories from NBA history is the time that a new point guard with a very curious way of playing took the league by storm. A blind and deaf girl named Helen Keller. Using her amazing power of smell, she'd smell out her path to the basket. Dribble behind her back and yeah. She was called, well, when Pistol Pete Maravich was around, they called him the second coming of Helen Keller. I had to take a hot shower to get my body sent back to where I could have a chance of falling asleep, working a few hours. Well, you know what else you could do? You could put on some covers. What do you think? No. She's Helen Keller. That's different than Jesus. And it's also easy to get her confused with Harriet Beatrice Stowe. Is that her name? Who's the lady who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin? I think it might be Harriet Beatrice Stowe or something, but I'm thinking I might be getting kind of confused with Harriet Tubman. Something Beatrice Stowe, right? I don't know. She wrote a book. It's called Uncle Tom's Cabin. And people read it and they're like, oh my God. I guess slavery is not so delightful as they make it seem. Grandpa, do you watch porn? I'm not your grandfather. Every once in a while. Harriet Beecher Stowe, thank you. Thank you. She told the sad story of a slave who was whipped a lot by her owner, even though she was a little girl. And this was her new owner, and she'd say, you're not whipping hard enough, Mrs. Simpson. Wow, Miss Jackson was whipped to the blood pool around my feet. And everyone's like, oh my gosh, that's so sad. We should stop having slavery. I'm 6'4", 6'5", depending on the day. 6'4.5". I'm 6'5" of pure man meat. Home time. You know what I think they should do? They should make a movie that combines Moby Dick with Uncle Tom's Cabin. How tall is your dick? How tall is it? Normally you'd use the adjective long, but I like your choice of tall. Nevertheless, not a question I'm going to answer. Any mind that is capable of a real sorrow is capable of good. Really? I'm not sure that makes sense. People can suffer and be shitty, horrible people too. Take, I don't know, a little someone called Hitler. What do you think about that? Hitler loving Harriet Beecher Stowe. I'm sure a lot of the horrible people in history, had abusive childhoods. Like, I'm going to be super mean to you. And they're like, oh yeah, well, I'm going to be Pol Pot someday. You showed me, Pol Pot. You really showed me. Okay. I've gotten some food underneath my belt. Right here. I put it right between here and here. This is the middle part. This is my belly button. This is where my umbilical cord was once connected. But after I was born, I said, hey, can you cut this off? I said, no, you have to wait for it to fall off. I'm like, fuck that noise. I just ripped it right out. The doctors and the nurses were all like, whoa, this baby's badass. I'm like, you better bet your sweet cheeks there I am badass. And there's tits here, and I smacked her right in the titties. I mean, you gotta do this for my baby and still can get away with it. Ha-cha-cha-cha. And then the doctor and the nurse laughed. After that, I went to rent a horse to jump over the Grand Canyon. And that's the story of my birth. My mom's like, what? What's going on? I said, here, eat this afterbirth. It's good for you. They do it in the animal kingdom. I had kind of a gravelly, kind of New York voice as a newborn baby. It's changed just a little bit since then. I had kind of a Jimmy Durante thing going on, like, ha-cha-cha-cha-cha. There's that kind of baby, stereotypical kind of baby, I guess. They got, the so-called good baby who sleeps all the time. They got the fussy baby, and then they got the Jimmy Durante baby. What are you doing to me? You think you're gonna meow meow meow? I'm Jimmy Durante. Is that guy's name? I think so. I do have my glasses. You thought you had fooled me again, but no, you haven't. I'm sleepy and my blankets are drying. My D is in the toe. My D is in the toe. What were your first words? You were wrong. Yeah, basically, what happened was I heard the doctor say to the nurse, I think this pregnancy may be going south. And then I popped out feet first and pulled my left arm to pull myself out the rest of the way. Said, you're wrong, doctor. This pregnancy went A-OK. You did a serviceable enough job. And ooh la la, nurse sugar tits. That's how pimping I was as a newborn baby. You're barely holding on. Well, don't be afraid to fall asleep. Carrot sleep is good for you. It restores your energy particles to a reset state of onset, onset energy. I said to another nurse or an orderly actually out in the hall, I said, "You, fetch me a horse. You, fetch me a shotgun with 12 boxes of shells. And you, fetch me 3 gallons of mead." And they all scattered off to different directions to get me those things. When they came back, I rode off. Yeah, I have. I've shot a gun. I went, pow, 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 pow. Saying toots. It was 1971, I am a mom or you are a mom. I'm not a mom, K.E. But not that I know of. Do you wanna be my mommy? Do you promise not to make me cry? No, she doesn't want to be your mommy, March 49. God. You're not a baby. You're a grown-up, alright? So act like it. Instead of being like that, be like, sup, hey girl, sup, hey girl. That's how modern women are, that's what they're responsive to. You can't just be like, be my mommy. No, you gotta work up to that. Start with maybe like, be my aunt's friend. Don't work your way up to mother. Starting 2 nuclear families. Well, it's getting pretty chilly out here. Yeah, I did. I put aloe vera back. It sounds like Chong every now and then. Well, good for me. Sorry, I don't have kids built like toes. You don't have kids built like toes? Let me guess it's 2 a.m. It is 2:05 a.m. Can I stay here tonight? Hi. My name's Eric. Can I stay here tonight? What? You want to see something? Pretty cold outside, but spring break! Oh, you can see my nips, huh? Look at that. That's a nip action for you. Yeah, that's how cold it is outside. Dude, you a fruitcake. Deada Live, I am not a fruitcake, okay? Are you some other kind of cake? If you were a cake, would you say you're more angel's food or devil's food? I'm just smoking a Marlboro Red at the moment. Ew, says Saxy. Ooh, yourself, motherfucker. You guys support the Constitution? Yeah. I do. I call myself a constitutionalist. I'm a person who believes in the my enumerated powers that Congress has. Not limitless scope of whatever you can justify by some strained logic regarding a specific language of the part of the Constitution in question. Are you smoking meth or something? No, I'm just smoking a Marlboro Red. Fucktard, listen to me. You're smoking stupid. You're smoking pure distilled stupid. Ergo, your dumbass comment. Yep. Things we can infer from dumbass comments like that. Oh, you got timed out. You're in trouble. Haters gonna hate is right. Don't abide the Constitution, you'll be in prison soon. Don't abide it. I'm not abiding it. I'm upholding its value in the rule of law. Well, I'm not like that fucking guy in that movie. I don't believe in abiding. You either affirm, negate, or refuse to engage. There's no abiding. I want smarter trolls, please. Fair enough, KE. Fair enough. It's getting hot in here, Eric, like you're Cajun, like the Cajun cake. You're like the Cajun cake. You're not too smart. Well, I'm not. First of all, smart's not a verb. It doesn't have an infinitive form. There is no too smart. Like, you know, to read, to eat, to smart, to do more. Oh, wait, my bad. You misspelled two. Not that that has anything to do with intelligence. We all make typos. The idea here with these trolls is very much like with monkeys. Some superior monkey punch down, so they turn around and look for a monkey they can punch down upon. But they're not going to find that here, yeah. If they go to enough different streams, I'm sure they will find a victim. You know, they'll find somebody who's not experienced in streaming, doesn't know how to handle themselves or whatever. And I'm sure they'll find some satisfaction in that. Unhealthy satisfaction. Russian bots here? I don't know. Are there any Russian bots here? If so, I hope they super chat me. Well, it definitely is cold outside. No doubt about that. It's cold, it's raining, it's wet, let's see what temperature it says. 47. That's not really that cold for this time of year, but I mean, it's not cold. But I bet if the rain clears up and the clouds go away, then it'll get very cold. It did say temperatures to drop earlier today. Some trolls do it for pleasure. Yeah, sure. I mean, I see trolling as it's something that I engaged in some of at a certain age when I was pretty young, you know, playing Diablo, trolling people in Diablo or whatever. But it's not something you can persist in as an activity for long without committing to being dishonest, you know, because the essence of trolling, the engine of it is dishonesty. You're pretending to take seriously something that you're just saying in order to trigger somebody else, right? That's the number one kind of trolling. But regardless, if they're not being deceptive, then it's not really trolling. There's just a genuine conflict between people, right? Well, they're probably gone. That's his mom. In this instance, I suspect you're right. About this particular person. Accordingly, they've moved on. Well, I mean, it's not a form of theater for the person who's successfully being triggered by the troll. Like other people don't get to designate for you whether or not now is a stage that you're going to involuntarily participate in their performance. Bacon. almost 11 years ago now, Hank Gibb. It'll be 11 years on the 26th of December. You know, I've lived a lot of life in that 11 years. You seem to accord a strong attachment to honesty and credibility. Well, yeah, I mean, I get that not everybody wants to be taken seriously, and that's fine. I get that not everybody cares about being credible because they're going to spend their whole lives just trolling, I guess, you know. But for me, I want to be taken seriously when I say serious things. What did you do to keep occupied when you were usually drinking at first? Well, for one thing, I smoked a lot of weed. I mean, I smoked weed before I quit drinking too, but like, I'd always want to drink before I smoked weed because smoking weed would make me drink less. Or make me enjoy it less or something, you know. I don't know. So, yeah, I smoked a lot of weed. You know, I went to AA for maybe 6 months. For after the first like month and a half or 2 months or something of my sobriety, I had to go move to Shanghai for a few months for work. Went to a lot of AA meetings in Shanghai. Feverish masturbating, yeah. I ate a lot of sugar too. Ate a lot of sugar, smoked a lot of cigarettes. When I was in Shanghai, I was entirely sober. After I ran out of my initial supply of Adderall, I couldn't get any more, and I couldn't get weed or anything. I didn't drink, so I just completely sober. I went from getting drunk every day to drinking 1 to 2 days a week. Well, good for you. You know, some people, it's not inconceivable for someone to pull that off. My dad apparently did. He was, I would say, an alcoholic before he got like jaundice in Portugal one time, and then he quit drinking entirely. Then when he got older, he started drinking again, but he just would, now at that point he just had like one beer. So go figure. Fuck you, I was just messing around. What are you saying fuck you to me? No, I just didn't want to start drinking again. I had tried to quit drinking plenty of times before. I wasn't ready to go back to that life. Why you placed me in timeout? I don't know. What did you say? You said something to get yourself timed out, I guess. Something like poo poo pee pee, maybe? Kids, this is what drugs do to your mind. Don't encourage people to do drugs. The auto life. I'm super cool, obviously. So if you're going to tell people that it's because I'm on drugs, then they're just going to be encouraged to do drugs. Here, kitty. There. I'll give you some bacon, too. I just put it right there. Look. I need to stop completely. Still want to drink every day, but working on it in 2 months now. Well, good for you, you know. Do what you think you got to do. Or did you ponder going to the local watering hole asking for weed? In China, no. Because I know the drug laws are probably very draconian. I know some people that I kind of was friend of a friend kind of connected. Because I also knew people there, met people there who were just in the debate community that weren't. No, there was a debate community in China, but it was very. There wasn't a lot of people, right? There was enough to maybe make one league in all of Shanghai. Anyway, friend of a friend who purportedly got cocaine in China, but I wasn't gonna work that hard to well, March 49, if it bothers you so much, I suggest you either close this tab, navigate away. There are a number of different things you can do to avoid that which you find unpleasant. To the extent that you choose not to avoid that which you find unpleasant, and it's as easy to avoid as it is in this case, you have only yourself to blame. So, hopefully, that's one to grow on for you. March 49, you're such a delightful guy. You've got a shine that lights up the room, and I'm so impressed with you, March 49, that I won't hold against you the fact that you play with this desire of mine. Well, I'm not on any meth, and you're making me feel like it's kind of sad, like I wish I were on meth now. Oh well, guess I'll have to make do with this bong rip. Look, Mars 49, not everybody can be hip to the scene and have all the meth connects like you do, okay? Some of us are old men. We don't have the ability to get those drugs anymore. So you don't need to rub it in my face. What a mean guy Mars 49 is. He needs to learn. He needs to learn from Firecrotch. Learn from Firecrotch, Mars 49. What does Firecrotch say? Stop being a douchebag, Mars 49. I think you suck. So take that. Firecrotch thinks you suck. You better shape up. Boy, can you believe the meanies that come around here saying their mean things to little old me? I find it shocking and appalling. Yeah, he's just jealous of the bacon I just wrote. That's Farmer John bacon too, friends. That's not any old bacon. It's not like Huffy bacon or whatever. That's name brand bacon of the finest quality. If they had bacon at Dodger Stadium, that's the bacon it would be. Scoundrels, I say. These scoundrels are scoundrels. Boy, oh boy. I mean, did you ever sub? Why would you have subbed Mars 49? Mostly when you defame people by accusing them of crimes they did not commit, you get hidden. So, One of these and one of these, you motherfucker. And I'm going to tell you, you cannot suck it. You're not worthy. Karat says, cat in the box, cat in the box. Winston's mom indicates that something is boring. Namely, March 49. I agree. It was as boring as a performance of Cats by your middle school drama club. I suspect it would be pretty boring. Even if they're a very talented drama club. I mean, it wouldn't be as boring as, say, Richard III. God made weed, man made alcohol. Who do you trust? Animals? If God made weed and man made alcohol, I trust animals. Oh wait, God made animals too? God made Avatar? Aaron Boss? No, God didn't make that. God. Well, your man-made God is not the same as the God that made man. Okay, gee. So just get that through your multi-armed elephant trunk wielding deities heads, okay? God gave us the tools to light this fire up. That's why God even put oxygen on Earth at all, so we can pull bong rips. Otherwise, why would he bother?
Oh, there's trouble.
He'd just have us just breathe dirt or something. I'll tell you what grows is my amazement that people continue to say this same wholly unoriginal, shockingly unoriginal thing to me after having heard it a billion times. Our God is a gracious God. He give bong rips to us. Join in worship and fellowship, everybody. Let's join in worshipful fellowship.
Are you done with your plate?
Yeah, you want those last bacon?
Sure.
I'm done. You have those breads too if you want them.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the bush that was burning was weed. And they're like, oh no, it's a burning bush. And he's like, no, it's a good thing. Trust me. Come over here and smell it. Well, I agree with you. It's a good saying that marijuana is something that, but the thing is, the most important thing about marijuana is it's uniquely mild and intoxicant that you can actually do it all the time sustainably without it ruining your life and shit, you know? No, KE, no. You're wrong, okay? God didn't make those things. Humans synthesized those things from innocuous God-made substances. Yeah, tolerance goes up fast. That's what makes it sustainable. If, in fact, you could still get as high as you can on a totally clean head after smoking it 4 times today, then it wouldn't be sustainable. What about making alcohol from weed? Does weed have sugar? I mean, you probably have to make like beer out of it instead of alcohol. It's like a grain more than anything else, but it doesn't taste very good as food or beverage. I would say, look, just don't try to consume the lava. That's one thing that God made that you cannot eat, K.E. K, get away from the lava. K, do not eat that lava. Don't eat the lava. No, don't eat the datura either. Yes, God made the datura. I'm not going to deny that, but he didn't make it for you to take it, okay? He made it for us to admire it. devil made the poisons. The devil didn't make anything. The devil just got too sassy in heaven and was thrown down into the pits of hell. Yeah, he made poison so we can poison shit. If there wasn't any poison, how would we poison bugs? He also made rutabaga, but I ain't eating it. Fair enough, Bounce Beats. Just because he made black widows doesn't mean he wants us to get bit by them. Maybe he just wants the bugs that black widows eat to get bit by them. That's probably it, I'm assuming. Just because God made lightning doesn't mean he wants you to get struck by lightning. It's your own dumbass decision to go out in the middle of a storm holding an iron pole on the top of a hill during a lightning festival. That was a dumb decision of your part. Unavoidably, you have only yourself to blame for making that decision. Next time, in your next life, don't go out in the thunderstorm with an iron pole. God should protect us better? God's not going to bother protecting us. Reda Sconford. Okay. God's going to be like, if you're lucky, you've got a few like close call warning times to learn from. If your life is set on easy mode, you don't experience consequences the first time you make a mistake, equivalent to the scope of the mistake, and you learn from it. Did you ever see Dr. Oz on TV? I guess he's head of health now or something. Really? Jesus Christ. No, I didn't. Is he the doctor who will give me my courage and my heart and my brains and get me back home to Kansas? If you're dumb, you gotta be tough. Okay. I think I still have to be tough though, regardless of whether I'm dumb. Because if you're not at least sort of tough, then like had a toughness of 0, if you bumped into a chair, your whole body would collapse into a pool of broken bones and jelly. That would be a toughness of 0. A toughness of 10 means you could throw yourself into a wood chipper and it would break the wood chipper and you'd be fine. So that's the toughness scale. On a toughness scale of 0 to 10, ranging from instant complete body fall apart upon bumping into something to impossible to damage even with a wood chipper. I would say my toughness is at about 3 or 4. I don't fall into a pile of broken bones and jelly when I bump into the wall, but it's also the case that I am nowhere near surviving a wood chipper. I think some of these pics are partially trolling pics. Yeah, maybe. Why is everybody sexual assault everybody all the time? Can we just not do that, please? Good, let's go sexually assault that person. No, don't do that. What are you doing? It's like all you hear about nowadays. Everybody's sexually assaulting people. Well, obviously not every sexual interaction is assault. I'd always assumed that a very stark minority of such interactions were assault, but obviously I was wrong. Most of the women I know have had at least one guy try. That's horrible. But you should carry a knife with you and stab them. Pya! Rape this motherfucker! Yeah, it's horrible, okay? It's horrible, horrible. Bounce beats, I don't disagree that there are instances where women abuse that unverifiable claim to victimize men. I think that is much less frequent an occurrence than men victimizing women. No, I don't drink alcohol. Right, and the ones that are like that will have multiple victims, you know. What a depressing topic. Horrible people do that, but I agree it is since guys are crazy when hormones go. I mean, I don't understand that notion that guys are crazy when the hormones go off. Like, I can't imagine not being turned off by a woman not wanting it, you know? How do I stay young forever? Well, number one, I want you to acquire a map of the route of Ponce de Leon and his search for the Fountain of Youth. And I want you to retrace those steps. When you think you get to the spot where the Fountain of Youth was, dig, because there's been a lot of ground put there. If there's a building, knock that building down and dig there. Go down at least 50 feet, maybe 100 feet. What you're going to find is it is a literal fountain, like from a courtyard. It's got like babies that squirt the water out of their mouths. Yeah, I do say that, bounce beats. I think that it's very likely that there are more instances of guys essaying than girls false reporting. Thanks, Reda Sconford. When you find the Fountain of Youth, bring me some of the water. I could use some. I'd like to cut, let's say, 20 years off well, let me go 14 years, be the same age as Rachel. Or you could give Rachel a little bit less and she could go back to, you both could be 22, I guess. That seems a little too young. Maybe like 30. Yeah, I've traveled to Europe. I've been to England, I've been to Austria, I've been to Italy, I've been to Russia, Moscow, St. Petersburg. I stopped in the airport in Finland. Um, I've been to Taiwan, I've been to China, I've been to Canada, I've been to Mexico. I think that's about it. I can't think of any other countries. Nope, can't think of any other ones. What about you, my darling? Oh, I was just talking about if we had the Fountain of Youth, and we would both go back to be the same age as each other. Because at that point, I could drink a little bit more of it than you. 14 years worth more of it than you. And we could presumably decide exactly what age we'd want to go back to be. I'm thinking, 28 maybe. I've been to New York City? Yes, I've been to New York City. I went to New York City. You're currently in England, huh, Rita Scunford? Well, I went to London. I went to Stratford upon Avon. Maybe some other place, a couple other places. You go back to 21. 21 seems a little bit young for me. It's not at 21. Your frontal lobe isn't finished developing. I like 28. Keeping in mind that you're just getting that physical self, so you're younger and healthier and stuff. No. We both. That's the thing. It's like, let's say I had to go back. Um, 25 years, then you'd only go back 11 years. So, in other words, I drink more than twice as much Fountain of Youth water as you, a little bit more than twice as much. And then we'd both be the same age biologically, physically. I'm thinking like 28, 25 maybe, but not younger than that because I don't want to lose any ontological expression due to an underdeveloped prefrontal lobe. I'd want to be able to rent a car, so 25, let's say. Not that I rent a lot of cars. I'd like to cycle across the United States coast to coast. Would you like to motorcycle or bicycle or tricycle? Which kind of cycling would you like to do? Coast to coast, LA to Chicago. Listen, Sade, Chicago's not on the coast. Deal with it. That's not how you get to the coast. We're at Chicago. Thank God we're on the East Coast. You're not on the East Coast. You're in Illinois. Has anybody ever thought about that before? Sade's lying in that song. Coast to coast, LA first. No, we'd be like, what's going to happen is Reed Scunford, when he finds the Fountain of Youth, he's going to bring us some of the water. So we'll drink it. I'll drink a little more than twice as much as you. We'll figure out how much water equals 1 year, right? So let's say it's 1 ounce of water equals 1 year. Well, I'll drink 25 ounces of water, and you'll drink just 11 ounces of water, and then we'll both be biologically, we'll go get all younger physically until we're both 28. We both look like as we did when we were 28. But we'll still have lived all the life we've lived. So we'll just have extra years now. Someone got a boof a sip. You can't, Ruben, you cannot boof a Fountain of Youth water. It needs to be metabolized through the liver. You're such a pharmaceutical amateur. Imagine thinking that. Yeah. So we're not traveling back in time. We still have all the life that we've lived so far and everything. But presumably it would cure any ailments that have come in the intervening years between 28 and now. If I wanted to avoid having my appendix taken out, I'd have to go all the way back to before 5th grade. And be like, okay, now my appendix is fine again. This time I'm not going to eat so many rocks and dirt. No, you cannot, Ruben. You can't boof Vyvanse. You can't boof Vyvanse. Okay? I know. I tried. It doesn't boof. It doesn't dissolve. So you would turn it to steam and try to inhale it. You literally can't boof Vyvanse, Ruben R. Look it up. Google it. Hi, North Korea. How's it going? DPRK in the house. That's right. It's the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Don't call them North Korea. That's insulting. They're either just Korea, because, they're Korea. South Korea is just annoyingly being stubborn about the whole thing. Or you call them the DPRK. Right, but some drugs, you can't metabolize them except through the liver. Like Vyvanse and Fountain of Youth water. And Wellbutrin. You can poop 5 ants. I don't want to poop any ants, sexy. How would I poop ants? It's like, first I have to pour a bunch of ants in my butthole. How am I going to successfully pour ants in my butthole? My butthole is not that gaping. Plus, how do you get ants to stay in a glass or some kind of pourer until you pour them into your butthole? I'm imagining we're talking about those little teeny black ants, right? And then once you do get all the ants in your butthole, are you really pooping the ants? Isn't it more like they're just crawling out of your butt? Oh yeah, it'll go in, Ruben R. I'll agree with you there. You can stick it up your butt. It just won't turn into drugs properly. Because it's a pro drug. It's gone too pro, and you can't stick it up your butt. So I guess really, Ruben, you win the point. You can stick any number of things up your butt. As long as it's small enough to fit up there, you could put it up there. Like, maybe it's the case that this doesn't move properly, but I could still put it up my butt. Probably. I mean, this part would be pretty hard to get up there, probably, but maybe if I put a lot of butthole lubricant on it, they will be pretty mushy and dead. Of course, after I put it up my butt, you don't want to smoke weed out of it after that. At that point, I've just ruined a pipe. I've had a very uncomfortable experience and I've ruined a pipe. So that's why I'm not going to undertake that course of action. Well, let's go outside and look at the heavy rain. Let's get a beverage. Let's walk outside for a second. Let's look at the rain. Let's calm down a little bit. Let's shift gears. We're shifting gears to The Night Fly by Donald Fagen. I've got plenty of Java and Chesterfield King, but I feel like crying. Thanks for calling. Tonight the night is young, dateline, till the sun goes down the skyline. Like soothing adult jazz. That's the new mood around here. Earlier it was, exciting young people, Lollapalooza. That's what the kids are really into these days, is Lollapalooza. What do you mean they're not into Lollapalooza anymore? When did kids stop being into Lollapalooza? I was sure Lollapalooza would last forever. I need to get my glasses. Once again, I've forgotten them. Can you guys just maybe remind me next time? God. Coach me, Ruben. Is it like this or like this? Are you annoyed by the fact that they need it? What is plugging? Boofing is putting something up your butt. Pills in particular. It's usually pills you put up your butt. But sometimes alcoholics will pour alcohol up their butt. I mean, as much as you are glad that they are in a place to actually take it and be open to it. Is that your commentary on boofing, Katie? You eat that way. It's possible to do that. But the fact that they require so much hand-holding sometimes makes me envious. With boofers? I chew with my butt tube. Good for you. Good for you, Ghost Town. I wish more people would do that. It's the best way to eat. You can also, supposedly, at least some mammals can breathe through their butthole, remarkably enough. It was awarded one of the Nobel Prizes in this past year at some point. Not at all, KZ, but I will get annoyed when they are addicted to hearing my perspective but don't actually internalize it. It just makes them feel better. I, the moment. You, the time. Now. Let's go. Sounds like boofing and plugging are the same words for number 2 delivery system. Sounds like it, yes. If you're taking a suppository it's supposed to be put in your butt, then it's called administering a suppository or something. But really what it's called is boofing. Go a little bit further than your grundle, then you can boof it there. Watch closer and don't judge. Okay. I want to believe that we would be pod loves in Love is Blind. I'd like to believe that too, Rachel. I've always wanted to be your pod love. That's why I hope you're not mad, but I guess I'm going to show you in the garage. I bought us a pod. We can get in the pod. We can try to make love in the pod. It's going to be pretty tight quarters in the pod. But then when we're done, we can pretend that we're a baby bird coming out of an egg. Am I trans? You mean am I transportation? Well, I suppose if I were to give someone a piggyback ride, you could call me transportation. But it would kind of be ignoring my own agency, I guess. But you can't ignore the person drowning either. I don't actually like getting wet and swimming through the freezing water, but you can't ignore the person drowning either. Have you considered throwing rocks at them? Be a friend. Boof your neighbor. I'm sorry, I really can't reach. That's all right, I'll boof you if you boof me. Okay, great. I'm gonna get the glove on. A little bit of the old Vaseline. Hey, Mr. Eric, my son loved the video when you jumped the logs. Oh, really? I remember jumping those logs. I'm a good jumper. What can I say? I jump logs, rocks, lots of different things. It depends. You don't necessarily have to be ignoring the person drowning. You could just be absorbed in your activity, walking by. Well, I don't hear anything. Ooh, look what's in the news today. You're just holding your hands like a newspaper. You can't be reading anything. I'm feeling pretty happy right now. I feel like, my reflecting on the way back from the thing, I was kind of thinking, you know, Eric, you just need to stop being such a baby. And I feel pretty happy, like, you need to not underestimate how happy you actually are. That's what I'm thinking right now. That's why I stay inside and preserve my energy. I have several friends who want to bend the ear, but I can't be therapist consistently. I'm too into my own preoccupations. Ruben, what should I do about my phobia of toilet paper? I obviously need to use it to wipe my butt, but I'm also scared of it. Also, is it okay that I am scared of dusting with a feather duster because it reminds me of toilet paper? Because really, feathers are a bird's toilet paper. Whatever should I do? How can I maximize my actualization? I need to do flooding? Oh, what is that? Is that where I lie in a big pool of water and go, oh no, the lever broke! The lever broke! I had to poop 10 squares of double fly, huh? Boy, I don't know if I could do that, Ruben. You know who's even more scared of me than toilet paper? My butt. So, asking a lot. Desensitization, though, huh? All right, fine. Desensitize my wiener tonight. Desensitize my wiener, alright, by making it less sensitive after it's done with the thing that it did. That's my song. It's topping the British charts right now, called Desensitize My Wiener. If you were to hear it in the produced version, there's a really sick beat behind it. It makes it really sound good. I know it didn't sound good like just raw like that, but when you hear it with the beat, it's you just immediately want to just start dancing. It tastes like heaven and burn like hell. What would? A spoon of cinnamon? No, thank you. I don't want any cinnamon. I would like a spoonful of... I'll go for... I don't really want a spoonful of anything. Maybe like a spoonful of ice cream would be okay. Sounds kind of nice, I guess. Same, I love people's stuff, but stay at a good distance from them. Get away from me, you stupid pebble. You don't want to boof cinnamon, Rachel. That would be like boofing Big Red. I mean, it's good, not a terrible idea to boof Big Red because your fresh breath goes on and on as long as your butt is chewing it. You know, that's something I'd like to make is toast with butter melted on it, and then it comes out and you sprinkle cinnamon and sugar on it, and you put it back in for another minute. Doesn't that sound delicious? My butt breath is so fresh since I started boofing Big Red. Boof Big Red today. Eric, have you ever been your close one's therapist? Um, Not really. People want someone to listen to them and commiserate, understand. Sometimes they want people to give them permission to do, like, forgive themselves, to break up with somebody else. Um, or they want to be told that their bad behavior is okay and they can continue doing it. Sometimes that'll. But you big red today with big red. There's all these people going, ow, 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 ow. It's too spicy for my butt. Do you think your butt would feel like it was too spicy? Because my mouth feels like it's too spicy. Do I game? Not really. I'll occasionally play a little bit of game. Like Oregon Trail or Road Rash. Or, games like that. Sometimes I'll play tic-tac-toe. Rachel and I will sometimes sit down for several hours of highly competitive tic-tac-toe. It's like, so far our records are each 0, and 304. So we're dead even. I love Inscription. I've never played it, no. I mean, I don't think it's the case that suffering is best approached by developing more character. Watch closer and don't judge says hi to Rachel, please. Okay, Rachel is hereby hello too. You should give it a shot. Well, I could give it a shot, but are you sure? I wonder if anybody would like to, speaking of games, would anyone like to take the Talking with Famous People Ultimate Chess Challenge? I will put a link here. And then we'll see if anybody can take me on. My chess rating as a player is 6,420. So I'm pretty good. Basically, the way it works is either I win or you're cheating. All right. Now I've got the link. I'm going to put it right here. And then if anybody wants to play me at chess, you can come play me. And be forewarned, I am the grandest of grandmasters. I'm such a grandmaster, they call me an ultra grandmaster. That's how grand my mastery is. So, if you guys aren't like super, super good at chess, then just be prepared to get your ass kicked. What's your name? My name's Eric, Bob. You know that. You haven't played chess since high school. I can't work because of confidentiality and for food, I guess. But it gotta be emotional babysitting too. What? It doesn't make any sense. He gives good practical advice on improving your skills. Yeah, improve your skills, KE. Learn to put together some furniture. that you get at the store. Hi, Shelly. I want to build physical and emotional boundaries around me. Maybe you should get some of those fans to keep the flies out of stores. You were just yanking Marcus's chain, pretending he's actually the real Marcus. Well, he positions himself as the real Marcus Aurelius, author of that book. I guess I don't currently have any takers for the exciting world of chess. You can put together furniture. Likely story, KE. If the furniture you're putting together is a pillow, maybe. Suffering builds trauma for men that they repurpose as experience to navigate life. Education and training are better in the long term to give men understanding that there's no better teacher than life. Well, I mean, I'm not going to deny that one learns from a variety of things in life. One learns from success, one learns from failure. Trauma is a little bit of a different thing, right? It's you might learn from it, but it's also the case that if it genuinely comprises trauma, that it damages the way your memory works, such that you have excessive linkages to a specific event that are not effective in informing you about things, because it's like poorly tuned association. Yeah, I do play chess, but I'm not very good at chess. I literally quote my book to help Eric whenever he faces a problem in life, either it'd be remorse, grief, etc. I mean, I'm not. Marcus Aurelius' solutions don't sit very well with me, you know. I'm not necessarily looking for a solution, for one thing. I might just be looking to complain, or I might just be looking to, talk something out. Some people say regarding subjective stuff that you need to sit with your feelings. But for me, I think to process subjective stuff, I really need to talk it through. And then I might need to sit with my feelings as well. The thing is, if stuff's very painful, I'm unlikely to want to talk about it out loud, just because it's painful to say stuff that's painful out loud. Why do you always try to match make the people here? Because, KE, you need to be married right now. Hey, Eric, were you the strongest person at your father's funeral, as in you were reliable and trustworthy and useful to others? Well, I set up the live stream so that relatives on the other side of the country could see it, but unfortunately, through no fault of my own, the funeral home had like basically no Wi-Fi, not enough to do any streaming, and as a consequence, I filmed it and then I had to publish it after I got home. So I was reliable in that regard. I had my mom there at the funeral. I arranged for transportation and stuff. But it wasn't a seamless event. I got kind of mad at Candace's mom at one point. She was presumptuous. No, KE, you don't take care of them. You stay home in the kitchen and you do girl stuff. And he will tell you what to do. That way you won't have to worry about it anymore. You won't have to think about, what should I do? You'll have a man there to tell you what to do, just like you've always dreamed of, Kay. Just like you've always dreamed of. Well, I guess no one wants to play chess. I'm getting pretty tired anyway. I'm getting pretty ready for bed. A new device is using my account. That's fine. It's just Rachel. Don't worry, Netflix. Don't panic yet. Close this, close that, close the other, close this. Right. Well, I don't agree with them in general, right? It's like, it's saying engage stoically. Less high highs, less low lows. but engage in the moment, less meaning, more experience. It runs counter to everything that I am. No, Bob, once Kate finds a man, she needs to stop working and stay at home. She needs to clean the house and be waiting with nothing on but a martini and a smile when her husband comes home from work. So yeah, I think the problem I have with Marcus Aurelius's book is, and his quotes and stuff, is that it's projecting a certain frame of reference that works for Marcus Aurelius as universally prescriptive, which it's absolutely not. For people who aren't like that, who don't have that kind of NISE frame of reference, it's probably, I'd say STP frame of reference, and ISTP maybe. Sure, there's plenty of TE ishness to it, but I see it more as anti F and anti N. It's like, don't get lost in your indolent meaning making. Seize the day. It's like, fuck off, Marcus Aurelius. My meaning making is not indolent in my opinion. I'm doing the important thing, whereas you're just fucking around telling other people how they need to seize the day or whatever. I'm actually explaining things. You love the Stone Temple Pilots. Do they love you back? Marcus Aurelius will take you, Kay, to be his obedient, humble, loving wife. Obedient, humble, and loving, like his wife was to him. And KE, you won't have to worry about giving up any financial freedom. Marcus is going to let you work and support him. And that should make you feel better. That way, you don't have to worry about if the relationship fizzles. You have no means to take care of yourself. You'll be able to take care of yourself. You just have to take care of him too. Limit yourself to the present. So this is very SENI. I would say the rest of Marcus Aurelius stuff, you could call the T, TE, or TI, I guess, depending on how you frame it. Seems a little more TI than TE to me. Seems like ISTP stuff. I'm sorry, but modern day women ain't shit. They need men to have their life together before even meeting them. But in a lot of cases, they are mess themselves. And who's coping well in this economy? Good point, Charizard. Are you a retarded Charizard? Is that what that means? I like it. Charmander evolves into Charizard. Unglued comes to mind. Watch closer and don't judge agrees. Well, I think everybody's having trouble, I think everybody's struggling right now in this economy, especially whatever. If you feel like your demographic is struggling in the economy, then the same demographic but girls is also struggling, right? And they're having trouble just making ends meet for themselves. They want to try to secure they want to attain more financial security via the relationship, not less. So they're trying to set some barriers to entry. It's actually less daunting to work to take care of someone than trusting someone with my life. So neither are ideal. Okay, I tell you what, I'm going to save you the trouble of the whole husband thing. And what I'm going to do, and this is going to be a great bargain for you, is I will tell you what to do sometimes and take some of your money. And then that way you don't have to get a husband or a boyfriend. It'll save you money in the long run. And then you can tell your mom, oh, I am dating, Mom. I've got this deadbeat guy who lives across the ocean that I send money to. What makes you think you're dating, Kay? Well, because, I feel obligated to send him money. I like this relationship, Kay. I think it's going to work out fine. Say $1,500 a month. That's all I ask. No, well, $2,500. $2,500 a month. You just get a pet. You have to take care of a pet. You just have to pay me periodically, and then you can check off your box of, supporting deadbeat boyfriend. You can't actually call me your boyfriend, but you can say I'm a boy who's your friend. Forget the future. Even when the time comes, you'll have the same resources to draw on. I mean, not if you've used them in the interim. It seems an awfully optimistic forecasting of things. My dear master and savior of all stepsisters getting stuck in the washing machines. How are you, my dear friend? I am fine. I'm fine as raspberry wine. I'm feeling good in the neighborhood. I'm feeling good like raspberry wine. And I'm fine in the neighborhood. Blessings from Spain, mirrored right back at you from our giant blessings mirror here in Central California. Well, thinking about the future can lead to anxiety. Well, that's true. That's true. It's like if you're too much worried about the future, you're not appreciating what you have now. If you're too little worried about the future, then you run the risk of dooming yourself to future nows that are miserable. Someone asked Jordan Peterson a question in a large hall full of college kids, and he tried to think of a way to answer the question and walked back and said, I can't. Anyone remember? No, I don't. Have I heard the word? Is it blurred? And yeah, obviously same for men. If you're rich ASF, you get hotter girls. I had heard it was glurred, Gareth Gardner. Glurred, like, the woman's name, Glurred. Haven't you ever known a Glurred? Hi, my name's Glurred. I have a regular woman's name. Specifically, Glurred. And this is my brother, Clord. I'm Glurred, and this is Clord. Welcome to Regular Names Weekly. Here on Regular Names Weekly, Clord and Glurred discuss what it's like having regular old names. So, Clord, yes, Clord, how do you like your regular name of Clord? I like it a lot. It's kind of like I'm K-Lord. That's not your name, Clord. Well, how about you, Glurred? My name's a normal name. There are lots of people named Glurred. Name one. Well, there's Glurred Johansson. Her name is Scarlett. Okay, there's Glurred Reagan. You're talking about Nancy Reagan. Okay, fine. Just because I can't think of a Glurred right now doesn't mean there aren't lots of them. It is what it is. Don't explain. What don't you want me to explain? I love to explain things. Would you like me to explain where babies come from? A lot of people want me to explain that. You see, when a man and a woman, there are pushes in academia and corporate industries to increase women in STEM and executive positions. They want representation for women in middle management, not for bricklayers or plumbers. Well, that's good for bricklayers and plumbers. Less competition. We don't need you chicks laying bricks or earning plums. You get out there and be an executive in a biotech lab right now, Missy. Plumber is not a lower end job. Plumbers make lots of money. So do bricklayers. A lot of good blue collar jobs out there. I mean, sure, maybe they don't make as much as CEOs of some company, but hi to the cats, Mr. Eric. I'll tell them when I go inside, I'll tell them in cat, though. I'll say, which means watch closer and don't judge, said hi to you. We'll see what they say. A lot of times they don't necessarily have the best FE. They don't necessarily respond to me. Sometimes they do. The focus to increase gender representation in higher paid positions include men through these quotas, and the lower end jobs in the market are displaced by automation. Well, you can't automate construction stuff very much. I mean, you can have prefab shit to some extent, but when you're building a house or something, but let's say you're putting in a deck, you gotta have somebody who knows what they're doing. Can't have a robot deck builder. I never really thought about that. Maybe that's the case. I guess that's the world we live in, Chartard. You just gotta perform and provide for your family. Hairy foreskin. Women are predicted to be single by a whooping 50% in 2030, and men are increasingly falling out of higher education and STEM executive roles. Okay. Well, that's fine. Fortunately, I'm already old. Who wants to do science anyway? It's like, science is boring these days. Maybe it would have been fun back in the olden days when people were like inventing the light bulb and shit, And you just make up some random shit and it's like, this is brand new. Look at me, I just invented sticky notes. Now it's like everything's already been invented. Like, I want to invent a penis burqa, but it's already been invented. It's just, in America we call it underwear. Covers up the whole thing. That was a big focus of the dock strike earlier in the year. They demanded their job not be taken by robots. Well, if you have a job that's just move this thing from there to there, then if it can be automated, it should be automated. There's no reason for us to pay people to do a job that we don't need them to do. It could be more efficiently done in some other way. Otherwise, you're just talking about give them all spoons, They give them all spoons, right? Milton Friedman supposedly went to China and saw large-scale Chinese construction projects and said, why did you give these people like bulldozers and shit instead of just shovels? I said, well, you can't get rid of all these jobs. And I said, well, then why don't you just give them all spoons? Which I think drives home the point. Hi, bro. I'm fine. How are you? Many stores are full of bots. I've never really been successfully served at any store by a robot. I've self-ordered at the kiosk at McDonald's. But I never had a robot come up and take my order or take away the dishes or anything. Well, in all fairness, jobs exist in the service of humanity, not the other way around. Yeah, well, I mean, jobs become instantiate when somebody needs something done and is willing to pay for it or provide equal value for it. Humans aren't necessarily whiny. I've met plenty of people working in the hospitality industry who are relentlessly nice. You are what food eating? So I'm bacon? That means I'm delicious. It's because you employ a human, allowing them the means to live. Now, when you employ somebody, it's because you need something done. You don't employ them for them, you employ them for you. My wife's in bed. Katie, the point is, you can never expect somebody to hire somebody else because they need to be hired. You have to first have a job that needs to be done. It's the case because that's the only way that respects the agency of all parties. If I can't hire authentically to my need, and people can't accept jobs authentically according to their needs and their minimums and stuff like that, then there's no consent between the two parties, and it's not a reasonable relationship. Charitard trucking is a job working beyond a warehouse. There's no chance that trucking is going to go full automated for a very long time. I agree. How do you define need? Well, that's why each person needs to define it for themselves, right? I define whether I need to hire somebody to do a job. So maybe I could take this trash to the dump myself, but I decide I need to hire somebody because I don't have the right kind of vehicle, right? I don't want to get trash all in my Mini Cooper, so I hire somebody to do it. So I decide whether I need to hire somebody because I'm the one who's going to be paying them. They decide whether they take the job based on what I'm offering to pay them. I'm from America. Yeah, okay, KE. That's just communism and sheep's clothing. That it works on a macro level the same way it works on a micro level. Various agents, financial agents, be they corporations or individuals, have to make decisions on their interests financially, right? And in other ways. And that's why we have to respect that that in all instances, commerce is engagement between two parties consensually, independently of other parties and their interests. Rick Solly says, Russian stuff, Cyrillic language. Bob UFO says, master berry picker. I'm a pretty good berry picker. But, I don't get to practice that much picking at berries. I work remotely from home, says watch closer and don't judge. Good for you. Good for you. Is your home in a remote location? I'm a pretty good debater, Marcus Aurelius. I'm a better coach than I'm a debater. To be a good in-round debater, you gotta keep in fighting shape, You got to run rounds periodically. You got to, a lot of stuff you got to do to keep up with things. Now, I'm not a master of baiting. I'm pretty bad at baiting. My fishing lines, for example, often my worms don't stay on. But I am very good at debating and even better at, I guess, knowing what's correct, case making. Well, I think you're right when that occurs, Marcus Aurelius. It's absolutely the case that if I'm debating somebody and I'm getting very emotional, or really emotional at all, that's a shortcoming in that context. The challenge I have is I don't get a chance to engage in any debate with anybody, right? Because to debate an idea, to debate ideas, one needs to have some kind of structured exchange, and that's not the sort of thing that really you can put together on the internet for whatever reason. People don't like the idea of things being structured and so forth. So especially not people don't want to engage fairly with me if they're going to be disagreeing with me. So, and that's, I guess, why I don't really do that kind of stuff anymore. Oh, I hear what they say. I'm entirely way ahead of them argumentationally, Marcus Aurelius. You've got no fucking concept of what's going on at all if you don't think that's the case. I'm way ahead of them. I'm so far ahead of them that, I mean, you can't even conceive of it. The problem isn't that I'm not ahead of them or that I haven't anticipated their arguments or I haven't heard their arguments. Of course, I know exactly where they're going with all their arguments all the time, which is usually nowhere, right? They're just talking out of their ass. That's a strange thing for you to say. I mean, if you were, like in this instance, I wasn't aware that this was going to come out of your mouth because this isn't really a critique of anything specific, right? It's you're trying to position me as having a shortcoming that perhaps you witnessed in one heated exchange with Jack, is what I'm guessing. But regardless, the thing is, I do have a tendency to get angry when people aren't respecting a discursive process. And it doesn't serve me well to get angry in those contexts, right? Like, it probably causes me to be perceived as having lost the exchange to some layperson. But it's also the case that those aren't debates. Those are people just talking over me or not being responsive to what I say or just generally being ridiculous. So it may not serve me well, but it's not relevant to the question of debating ideas. Debating ideas requires two people who are actually trying to debate ideas. They can't just be running away from definitions, trying to pretend like, just like slipping to this really clumsily rendered, everything's relative argument, just trying to disavow meaning entirely in order to avoid being negated. It's ridiculous the kind of shit people pull. So as I've said before, probably to you and others, Marcus Aurelius, I am not in a period in my life where I'm particularly interested in debating people because there's not really people who are qualified to be debating me about things that I want to talk about, right? Like, you need to be instructed by me. There's no debate that needs to occur. You don't like it because I'm constantly negating what you're saying for the reasons I've already articulated. It's just generalizing your own frame of reference or projecting it onto the world, universalizing it, And that always does everybody but people of that type a disservice. So no. No. You're being a scoundrel. I know it and you know it, and I hereby call scoundrel on you. So you better take off that very thin villain mustache you have on. And stop trying to tie ladies to the train track. Let me tell you, Marcus Aurelius, ain't nobody gonna tie no lady to no train tracks on my watch. All right? I will set the lady free, and then I will tie the villain to the train tracks. Say, how do you like it, villain? And then the villain will say, oh, how I lament being a scoundrel. Yeah, he's a bit of a rascal, a bit of a rapscallion, but even more than that, he's a scoundrel, a ne'er-do-well, and a no-good Nick. Not to mention a real cad. Hey, when someone says, I don't want to beef with you, what does it mean? It means they don't want to fight with you. I'm great at debating, and I homeschool 2 teens. You're probably pretty good at imposing your will upon them, but I'm not sure that qualifies as debating. The word warehouse implies it's not outside. It could be an open-roofed warehouse, okay? Like, the Coliseum in Los Angeles is an open-roofed warehouse. Well, Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus needed to actually think a little bit before he made his quote. Obviously, it was the case when I was younger that I needed to listen more. So, for example, when I was the director of Kudos and I hired Scott Wheeler as the debate coach, he knew a lot more about contemporary debate than I did. So I really picked his brain a lot, listened a great deal. When I first started teaching regular ed English, I worked under a mentor teacher, Mr. Samuelson, and both taught me English grammar in a way that I'd never understood before, and taught me how to teach it. So what I did is a lot of listening and a lot of picking their brain. But in this context, what I'm doing is talking about things that I actually know the most about, that I'm the actual expert on. I could talk about things that I'm not an expert on, just pull shit out of my ass, but I'm a little bit more careful than that. So if I want to learn about something, I watch YouTube videos and listen to what they say, right? But if I'm making YouTube videos, it's not my time to learn about things. It's my time to tell people things that I understand. Sometimes I do learn things. I'm happy to do so. I'm not resistant to learning, but that's not what this activity is. So, for example, you don't want to go into a calculus class and have the teacher say, can anybody here teach me calculus? And it's true that sometimes the students might correct the teacher. Maybe the teacher's wrong. And that happens. It doesn't happen very often here. It happens. And when it does happen, you are not that student. You might say, Eric, I don't come to this lecture for you to teach me shit. Well, too bad. You're learning anyway. I can't help but inform you because you're currently in a state of wrongness. The only way to remedy that is by correction. Well, I'm getting reasonably tired. What do I got going on tomorrow? Oh, right, I got to meet with Mia at noon. Oh, cats. I have to clean out the mirror. Fine. Okay. I'm going to put some new cat litter in, which would be less oppressive smelling. This cat litter has got so much like scenting, this cheap cat litter, that it hurts my nose almost. Alright. Here we go. Look, I get the value of the Marcus Aurelius perspective as well. Oh, right, I went in this way. You know, I really appreciate the experiential functions that the neighbors bring to the party by hanging out with me and Rachel. You know, Jared really knows he likes to jam out a lot. He doesn't want to fuck around with niceties like having dinner or whatever. And Kay, when she's hanging out, she knows very much what she wants to play, which is cool, you know. She's feeling everything all the time, and that's cool. But it doesn't mean that way of being is better than mine. It just means that because I'm so heavily skewed away from the experiential functions, and Rachel is too, that it's refreshing for us to have more doing in our equation. And it's not that Marcus Aurelius is wrong about it being potentially a good thing for me to have more doing in my equation, but to the same extent, it is very much advisable for Marcus Aurelius to ignore his own advice and listen to mine. Because after all, he's skewed way too heavily in that direction. Thanks, watch closer and don't judge. Products get to their final destination via the stork, nature's greatest delivery man. Storks don't just deliver babies. They deliver all of the products we buy at stores. Also, Eric is a supervisor type of Mr. Aurelius here. Possibly, if Mr. Aurelius is in fact an ISTP. All right. Let's see. Poll request? Asking for a poll. Wiener Clump or Piener Claude? Okay, well, the reason I'm not going to put that poll up because I'm actually getting pretty tired. So I think I'm going to wrap this up now. So thank you all for being here. It was an absolute delight. I can't teach you chess because nobody wanted to play with me. It's an absolute delight being with you tonight. And I hope you enjoyed our time together as much as I did. And tonight, as you're lying in bed, be kind to yourself. Say, hey, self, you know what? You're all right. Until next time, adieu. Oh, what's my vote? Okay, let me see. I'm going to go with, I'm going to go with Wiener Klump. I think I'm going to go with Wiener Klump. All right, goodbye, everybody.